Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadie no wasogoso awutie de munyina ase se masen aba beka yen ho 5 minutes after 2 live on Asempa 94.7 FM. Said the munyina munim no and the NDC's COVID-19 response team one maiden press conference. Na yebeko NDC one national head office one cry ha na yako akwa. Okay, I'm told say Alisa Hotel in a Jumedi ni free eba. Inti yebeko akwa press conference no ye ka say Mawuna Treba Dumo and kasa oka a list of 13 NDC de ebabetuja as a communication specialist into your kasa team na ehontienko Alisa Hotel na press conference koso where a COVID-19 response team at NDC put together nipa baku du miensa enti yenko nkofa yeba yebehwa to adwumedi de kosi san suni meni dio say bonsu. Good afternoon.
Trauma burn and 2 years of fellowship in burn and reconstructive surgery. She's also attended Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore and obtained a master's in public health in international health management and planning with special certification in humanitarian assistance and disaster management. She's worked in a private capacity in the US with licenses in California and Maryland. And in Ghana, she runs a private surgical facility here in Accra. I'm very pleased to also introduce a lawyer by profession, called to the Bar of England and Wales in 1988 and the Ghana Bar in 2008. He is a former Deputy Chief of Staff, a former Deputy Defense Minister, and also a former Health Minister. He's also currently the Director of International Relations of the National Democratic Party. He's also a member of the Inner Temple Inns of Court, and he's practiced law for close to 2 decades as a prosecutor. Distinguished guests, he's acted as a district chief prosecutor for South London District on numerous occasions, dealing with a budget of close to £100 million annually and overseeing a staff of 500. He's a higher court advocate dealing with cases in the Crown Courts, and he is the campaign coordinator. He was the campaign coordinator for the Mills Mahama campaign that ushered the NDC government into office in 2009. I think one of the things that's very important about him is that he was involved in key aspects of the Ebola crisis in his capacity as a Deputy Defense Minister and also as Minister of Health responsible for the construction of isolation centers in Tamale by the military with support from an NGO. He needs very little introduction. I present Honorable Alexander Sebefia. Please permit me to also introduce Dr. Prosper Akambong. He's a senior physician specialist at Tamale Teaching Hospital, a senior lecturer, School of Medicine and Health Sciences at UDS, a former director of medical services at Tamale Teaching Hospital, and former CEO of Tamale Teaching Hospital. He's also a former member of the National Emergency Management Team. We also have in our midst Mr. Nana Kofi Kwachi. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Health Policy and Management at New York University School of Global Public Health, where he is also a doctoral candidate. He's a health economist and policy analyst specializing in healthcare systems and healthcare services research. He's had special focus on financing and providing payment mechanisms. I think it is important to note that in his capacity, he has represented legislative interests of 7 of the largest health insurers in the United States at the House of Representatives and Senate of the state of Georgia. Nana Kofi is also a political strategist with a specialization in campaign operations. He previously served as a national coordinator in the State Operations and Political Engagement Team for the 2016 presidential campaign of former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, where he designed and supervised the asset management protocols for 35 states from the Brooklyn headquarters. He's a former chapter and president of the National Board member of St. Anthony's Hall, the oldest collegiate literary society in the US, and he was the first African to hold either position since its foundation in 1847. Permit me to also welcome another member of this committee, Mr. Jones Asamoah. He is a healthcare manager with over 15 years experience in the area of the pharmaceutical industry. He has extensive background knowledge and understanding, specializing in management of pharmaceutical care. One of the things that I think you'll find very important about his experience and expertise is his Master's of Business Administration in Healthcare Management from the Paris Graduate School of Management. He is certified on guidelines on bioavailability and bioequivalence studies at the West African Health Organization. He also holds a Master's of Public Health at the University of Ghana. He does have extensive experience and expertise in a number of other areas, including financial management and commercial management from UK distance learning programs. He also has a Bachelor of Pharmacy from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to also welcome Dr. Zaneto Ajiman-Rawlings. She is the Honorable Member of Parliament for the Clote-Korle constituency. She is a standing committee member for gender, also a member of the Defense and Interior committees, and Deputy Secretary for the Women's Caucus in Parliament. Relevant to this committee's activity, she's a medical doctor and alumni of the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, with over 10 years experience in general practice and family medicine. Prior to becoming an MP, she had a master's in degree conflict, peace and security from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center. Permit me to also welcome and introduce to you Dr. Vida Yakong. Dr. Yakong is a senior lecturer at UDS Tamale. She is currently the Vice Dean of the School of Allied Health Sciences. She's also the head of Department of Midwifery. She holds a PhD in interdisciplinary studies in medical anthropology with a Master's of Science in Nursing and a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing from the University of British Columbia in Canada. She also has a diploma as a nurse practitioner from UDS Tamale, and she is the CEO of Ghana Rural Opportunities for Women. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed in the coming days and weeks, we will continue to have the opportunity to introduce various other members of the committee. My name is Mawena Treba. I am a former CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotions Center. I am a geologist by profession, and I have the privilege of supporting this committee with communications.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to speak to the objectives for today's media encounter. It is firstly to present the committee's assessment of the statistics and the data as it relates to Ghana's current situation vis-à-vis COVID-19. We believe that there is a need and there is an urgency to the review process in order that we put more urgency behind managing and defeating this pandemic in favor of prevention versus recovery. We also seek to build confidence in our ability as Ghanaians, armed with robust information to fight this disease. We believe that our window of opportunity is closing, again, based on medical data, and that we have and we must highlight these statistics and further other collaborations that we would like to pursue with government to ensure that there is a humane approach to addressing this crisis immediately. Before we begin our proceedings, it's important that we as a committee acknowledge the excellent work of Noguchi Memorial Institute and Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research in Tropical Medicine in collating a lot of the medical data that we have been analyzing and reviewing. I will be inviting to the podium 4 speakers who will raise critical questions and offer recommendations to address those questions around more robust information to the Ghanaian people. Robust information around public health management, robust information in supporting technical requirements to fight COVID-19, robust information that allows us as a committee to recommend more strategic community impact mitigation measures, and finally, information that helps us to be more aggressive in addressing the economic implications of COVID-19. We would invite Ghanaians to be dispassionate and situate our submissions around the epidemiological data to fully appreciate our reality that we are in a race against time. We need to be prepared. We should not panic, and we should not allow fear to rule us, but we must be prepared. The numbers suggest that we are quickly approaching an increase in exposure to the virus in our country. The statistics do not suggest that we are in a position to fix the spread. At this point in time, we really must progress quickly and brace ourselves appropriately to manage and collectively defeat the disease. At this point, it is my privilege and my duty to hand over to our technical experts who will be addressing us today. Let me begin with Mr. Jonas, who will speak to us about public health management. Thank you very much.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much, Mawina. The first reports of what would eventually be called COVID-19 emerged in the early days of December 2019. Since that time, the spread of the disease has been very explosive, and evidence suggests that it is accelerating.
On Asempa FM.
From its origins, it took approximately 12 weeks for the first 100,000 cases to be recorded. It took 12 days for the second 100,000 cases to also be recorded. And interesting to note, it took just 4 days for the third 100,000 cases to be recorded. This is the nature of the foe we are dealing with. It therefore calls for a ruthless and aggressive way to arrest this pandemic. A robust system-wide response from all stakeholders in public health is a central component of a comprehensive national response plan. Our system, in its present condition, is outstretched and under-resourced to deal with the surge in healthcare needs that would accompany an exceptional increase in cases. We are in a desperate race against the clock to ensure that critical actors in the system are provided with the resource, equipment, and training to stand up to what the days and weeks ahead will bring to our way. And we must be clear in our minds about what this means in practical terms for our healthcare providers and their patients. We must face up to some hard facts about our own situation in Ghana. Comparatively, for the first 8 days of the disease progression in Ghana, being compared to Germany, Italy, and the USA, Ghana has had the highest for the day 8, which is 21 infected cases. According to the Center for Disease Control, CDC, the rates of spread start to increase exponentially from this point. They estimated that one person can actually infect about 10,000 people within 3 weeks in the progression chain. The dashboard trajectory of COVID-19 disease in Ghana that was actually experimented came out to estimate that 28, 543, and 525,325 infected cases are to be expected for days 9, 18, and 36 in that order. So at day 36, an estimated amount of around 553,000 infected cases as per the trajectory is what we are expecting.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
What
FM.
this in mind means is we are racing against time. Today marks the 12th day of our own battle with COVID-19. We have gone from 2 imported cases at the outset to 52 as of today, including recorded cases of local transmission. We have now tragically recorded 2 deaths. May their soul rest in perfect peace. Many of our compatriots who have tested positive have reported contact with others in their communities. But despite great efforts by the Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Health, many of the nearly 600 of them have not yet been successfully contacted and isolated. Under these circumstances, we are out of time for wishful thinking. The lessons from other nations should guide our thinking about how best to evolve our strategy to contend with the realities of the day. We recognize the efforts of government in actually taking the necessary steps to reduce the risk of recording additional imported cases. The decision to close our borders could not have been an easy one, given the repercussions for trade, travel, and tourism. However, it came rather late. But our land borders span nearly 2,500 kilometers. They are hard to monitor and porous. So we cannot presume the closure of our air and sea ports to be sufficient defense against imported cases. Our neighbors in all directions are struggling with COVID-19 too. At this time, it means we must be realistic about the true effectiveness of border control and its impact. Similarly, we know we have an ongoing local transmission and that there are several high-risk individuals who have not been successfully located as yet. Contact tracing is a race against time. And for every day, our determined public health workers are unable to find and isolate these individuals, the risk of further local infections. This is the reality. This strategy in itself must be accompanied with rigorous and rapid testing. It is essential to have capacity for accurate mass testing, as South Korea's example shows. We understand the current challenges in procuring the necessary test kits, given the high demand for them. However, the evidence is quite clear that 50,000 test kits is simply not enough for a nation of 30 million. The current strategy for testing is structured around a case definition approach, which limits tests to individuals showing symptoms of COVID-19, but it ignores the fact that many infected persons can be asymptomatic carriers. Limiting tests to clinical cases only, rather than mass testing, creates the situation where infected individuals who do not feel sick or show symptoms remain untested, unidentified, and untraced. The inherent risks of limiting testing in that way are great and obvious, especially in social distancing if not properly observed. The solution to this is mass testing, wide availability of test locations, and communication of results. And again, 50,000 test kits simply will not suffice for this purpose. We recommend, given this limitation, for government to focus those kits on those they are tracing on contact basis. But they must be quick, as time is not on our side. Government has now prescribed social distancing, but understandably, the compliance has not been universal. We understand, however, that this measure must be successful given the difficulties we are currently having with mitigation strategies. Failing this, the situation here might soon resemble that of the United Kingdom, because it is imperative that we limit what havoc this virus may wreak on our nation and the economy. These are verifiable facts and not just sayings. And the implication for the viability of our present approach is not partisan. It is public health science. The purpose for this advisory body is to review our current challenges in the battle befalling our nation and to make recommendations to reinforce ourselves for the weeks ahead. We do so not to undermine or usurp government in those respects, but to complement the efforts of government. We understand the instinct to be cynical about our motives. The partisanship and pettiness in our politics has bred this mistrust. But the truth is that we are all in this together. We must act together as one in the interest of the nation. First of all, we need a multi-sectorial approach. How is it done? We need everybody to cooperate. We need opinion leaders, we need chiefs, we need imams, we need NADMO, we need security services, all hands on deck. The COVID-19 disease knows no political, religious, or ethnic affiliation. We need an effective public education and sensitization through the media. Ideally, mass testing with RDTs, or rapid diagnostic testing, should be procured so as to get more people tested and rule out careers. Government should invest in test kits. Early detection is key here. This can be distributed to key health facilities, including CHIP compounds and pharmacies, for easy accessibility. We should provide enough PPEs, or personal protective equipment, for our frontline workers. For our frontline workers, these PPEs include gloves, sanitizers, nose masks, protective gowns. This should be provided for all health workers, both in the government and the private institutions. There should also be proper training and capacity building for all frontline workers and other stakeholders. More isolation centers with the requisite equipment should be in place. If possible, at least there has to be one isolation center in each region to facilitate case management. Existing facilities, including laboratories, should also be upgraded. The TUC and the Noguchi Memorial Center are the latest organizations to actually join the call for a lockdown. Recent events makes it clear that government must begin a more humane lockdown approach. Thank you very much.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much. As we continue to proceed with our program, I'd like to, before I invite the next speaker, acknowledge the presence of the Member of Parliament for Ajumako and Yan Esiam constituency in the Central Region. He is also a former Deputy Minister for Finance, and he will be addressing this forum, speaking to the economic implications of COVID-19. It's my privilege to also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Ato Forson, a member of this committee. At this point, permit me to invite Dr. Zaneto Ajiman-Rawlings, who will speak to us about community impact mitigation strategies from the perspective of this committee. Thank you.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much. With regards to community impact mitigation strategies, the COVID-19 virus is spread mainly by droplets and aerosol within some contexts. We have gone from imported cases to locally transmitted cases within a matter of days, which indicates a disturbing trend in Ghana. Early detection, contact tracing, and strict quarantine measures have proven effective in other countries. However, we seem to be behind the curve as a nation. Interventions to decrease the rate of transmission are essential to ensure that we do not collapse our healthcare system by exceeding its capacity to cope. Some of these interventions are effective hand washing, social distancing, general testing of the population, and travel bans, some of which have been instituted already. South Korea, for example, employed the use of extensive testing for the virus and social distancing. Singapore employed rapid detection and diagnosis, including GPS data from phones of affected persons, strict enforcement of quarantine, and government transparency. The main preventative measures against the spread of the virus, such as hand washing and social distancing, are very difficult to adhere to given our densely populated communities, our markets, and our public spaces, and the intermittent access to, and in some cases, the lack of access to water. The successful end to this crisis will require the involvement of the government in engaging the citizenry, including civil society and the security
On
apparatus,
Asempa FM.
to support efforts within the community. There must be community ownership in organizing and executing the response interventions in order to break the cycle of transmission and infection through sustained behavior modification at all levels. The markets and transportation network are crucial to maintaining our food supply as a nation. This was the rationale behind the omission of the markets and commercial drivers from the restrictions laid out by the President. Given this fact, not enough has been done to ensure the safety and security of the market traders as well as those who visit them. Their protection should have been top priority in anticipation of and subsequent to the imposition of restrictions. The various assemblies must, as a matter of urgency, provide Veronica buckets, soap, and disinfectant for all markets across the country to reduce the risk of exposure and risk of transmission of the virus. And this must be coupled with a serious education drive by the National Commission for Civic Education and health directorates at the district level. Indeed, if there was ever a time to put the RegSec and DISEC to use, this is it. These must work closely with the communities to identify and report cases in order to test and undertake rapid contact tracing and quarantine measures. The most recently publicized fumigation of the markets highlighted some challenges. One, the resistance of the traders to the spraying due to insufficient stakeholder engagement and education on the objectives of the exercise. Two, no communication on the duration of effects of fumigation on the markets and whether this is to be repeated at regular intervals. There is a very real danger here of creating a false sense of security in the markets following the fumigation exercise amongst traders. There's also the concern about the chemicals used and whether they're harmful for human consumption, as most of the foodstuffs were simply covered and left in situ during the exercise. The omission of the transportation sector from the restrictions also, although well placed, have inadvertently left drivers and other passengers at greater risk of exposure to COVID-19, as there was no serious nationwide engagement to target drivers at the district level regarding practical steps that they can take to minimize their exposure and risk of transmission between passengers. Some practical solutions would include ensuring compulsory supervised hand washing for all passengers and regular hand washing for all drivers who attend the loading stations and transport stations. Regular disinfection of doors, seats, especially before and after passengers have been transported. Possible solutions could be an incentive scheme with enforcement for trotro drivers to decrease the number of passengers they carry in order to satisfy the social distancing requirements laid out. A shift system with the input of the drivers' unions and welfare associations to minimize the number of drivers congregating in any given station at any given time. A very important question to address is the ubiquitous Okada riders and how we help them to avoid becoming the means of transportation of the virus from person to person and area to area, given their inability to trace their passengers. Much as they occupy a niche which is still not legally recognized, a system must be put in place that helps them to trace their passengers. Many homes still do not have indoor flush toilets, and residents still rely on the use of public places of convenience to respond to the call of nature. These places are also a potential area for exposure to the virus, as it can survive on surfaces for extended periods. So regular inspection of these public toilets to ensure that they have running water in place and buckets and soap and water and
Ekosiise On
disinfectant for
Asempa
all
FM.
persons to have supervised mandatory hand washing before and after the use of the bathrooms, as well as disinfection of the premises on a regular basis. This means that areas that are experiencing water shortages must have water delivered on a daily basis by tankers or other means. As Ghana struggles to address the issue of open defecation, what measures are imposed on people? They're able to make use of public places of convenience.
Asempa FM.
Will the government ensure that in light of the fact that many people will not be earning an income, they will still have access to these public places of convenience if they don't have the means to pay? Perhaps an agreement could be arranged between the operators of public toilets and the government to ensure that the public can use these at no cost, should it come to that. The primary healthcare centers have not been adequately prepared with regards to adequate preventative measures in place and protective gear for the staff, who also have their lives and families to be concerned about. Indeed, if the staff are to perform their duties, they must at this point have all been trained in the use of protective gear and supplied with same. Due to the inadequate dissemination of information regarding the
Ekosiise
symptoms
On
and signs of the
Asempa
disease
FM.
in many communities, it is very likely that persons are likely to attend pharmacies and primary healthcare centers in the communities looking for help, which would put these staff at risk and other patients as well. Protective gear for healthcare staff, therefore, is very important to ensure that they are not exposed to the disease, nor do they become a hub for transmission of the disease to other patients. Every healthcare facility must be prepped and at least one area cordoned off in the event of a suspected case of COVID-19 being admitted to their premises. We're witnessing a progressive restriction, and therefore we should have measures in place to ensure that elderly and persons with comorbidities do not fall victim to the disease merely by their attendance at hospitals or clinics for their routine checks. We should consider having outreach teams in the districts to identify such patients and deliver enough medications to them to last 3 months. What measures have been put in place in the event of positive cases in compound houses where social distancing is virtually impossible? And in the light of homeless people living in the urban areas of Ghana,
Ekosiise
in the event
On
of a
Asempa
lockdown,
FM.
temporary accommodation must be provided. Physical distancing will have to be enforced in these locations to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Feeding and the use of toilet facilities will have to be adequately managed. Potential sources of help could be voluntary clubs, the bed manufacturers like Ash Foam, and food manufacturers and bottled water producers as well. For Ghana's crucial essential services like water supply and power, how are the staff being cared for? Are they being tested for COVID-19 and sequestered? Is there a shift system in place to ensure that these essential services remain uninterrupted during this period in the event of staff members becoming infected? Considering that the reserve capacities of the majority of Ghanaians are quite limited, or in some cases non-existent, we should ensure that the National Food Buffer Stock Company is adequately augmented to ensure we don't have a shortage of food. We are currently experiencing a rapidly escalating humanitarian crisis, which will demand that we collaborate and work in synergy to stop this virus and protect our citizens. Thank you.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Thank you very much indeed. Perhaps I can ask our organizers to arrange some wipes for the microphone as we continue to respect all protocols to protect ourselves. Before I invite Honorable Ato Forson,
Asempa
I
FM.
would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge with thanks the various media houses that are streaming live today this media encounter. Let me start with Joy News TV, GH1 TV, Class 91.3 FM, Asempa 94.7 FM, Power 97.9 FM, Ahoto 92.3 FM, Accra 100.5 FM, Radio Gold on Facebook, Wizor TV on Facebook and Twitter, and NDC Communications Bureau, both on Facebook as well as Twitter. I want to thank Mr. Asamoah and
Ekosiise
Dr.
On
Ajiman
Asempa
Rawlings
FM.
for bringing to our attention the clearly very stark realities about the management of our public health in the wake of this COVID-19 virus and the implications for community impact mitigation strategies. At this point, I'm sure everybody, far and wide, is very interested in understanding the economic implications of COVID-19 on Ghanaians. And I think we are very well versed to invite Honorable Ato Forson to address this forum. Thank you.
Asempa FM. Ekosiise On
Thank you.
Asempa FM.
Good afternoon. Let me also start by saying, to be effective at implementing solutions to any of these measures outlined by my colleagues in a timely manner, and if we are to give ourselves a fighting chance, we will have to act now. The window of opportunity, as we have already said, should be measured in days and certainly not in weeks. But this or any of those or any other proposal will require a rapid deployment of funds, money, to procure the needed equipment and supplies, improve awareness and accelerate our readiness, reinforce the healthcare system, establish a moral sound safety net for the vulnerable against the inevitable shocks.
Asempa FM.
And we must be able to use these funds in response to the evolving situation in the interest of our nation, Ghana, which requires us to also have great flexibility to reassess and
Ekosiise On
reprioritize
Asempa FM.
over the coming weeks and days. We are aware that our government has approached the IMF and the World Bank for an amount close to $1 billion United States dollars. We wish to say that we harbor sincere reservations about the wisdom and of that course under the time pressures we face. We are reliably informed, and the government is indeed aware, that any such facility would not be available to us as a country until the second or the third week of April 2020. That timeline is constrained by the meeting schedules of the board of directors of the respective organizations, the IMF and the World Bank, and the processes involved in the receiving the funds, even under an emergency approval. Our current state of readiness and the exponential growth of the plague we are fighting suggests that we cannot wait that long. It is with this in mind that my colleagues and I wish to
Ekosiise On
propose
Asempa
an
FM.
alternative strategy that will avail Ghanaians immediately of the needed resources to drastically escalate our readiness and resilience. We humbly appeal to the government to amend the proposed utilization of the €3 billion Eurobond proceeds to to make funds available immediately to cater for the COVID-19 related expenses and the possible adverse economic shocks that may occur. The proposed utilization plan for the 2020 Eurobond proceeds, as originally presented to the Finance Committee of Parliament and later to the plenary for approval, indicated that the proceeds were tied to three main expenditure items, namely budget support, 1, 2, restructuring of the energy sector, and 3, liability management. The distribution of the proceeds according to the proposed utilization plan that was submitted by government to Parliament were as follows, at the exchange rate of $5.72 to the cedi. The budget said they are going to support the budget support of $1 billion United States dollars, 1, and 2, to restructure the energy sector debt of $1 billion and a liability management of $1 billion, making a total of $3 billion, translating to 17.1 billion United States Ghana cedis. We humbly appeal to government to amend the proposed plan to address the pressing coronavirus disease 2019 related expenditure and the financing gap that is inevitably awaiting us as a result of this pandemic, to keep Ghanaians safe, to safeguard the Ghanaian economy against its potential macroeconomic shocks and revenue shortfalls, whilst we await the expected IMF and the World Bank loans in the near future. It is our view that the proposed restructure of the energy sector does not constitute a priority at this time in the face of a rapid escalation in the COVID-19 cases in Ghana. Government may have to consider deferring the planned restructuring of the energy sector to make available immediately $1 billion United States dollars, translating to 5.7 billion Ghana cedis, to fight any further spread of the pandemic. In times of emergency, in economics and finance, we have something we call reprogramming of development program. We wish to propose to review non-urgent expenditures in the 2020 budget so that funds will be made immediately available for the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Ghana, indeed, has already recorded a total of 52 cases and 2 deaths, unfortunately. This worrying development requires urgent and pragmatic measures to manage and contain the situation. The economic impact of the outbreak is likely to affect almost all sectors of the economy. Hence, the need for immediate funding to minimize the effect of this outbreak. We hope that government will review this recommendation favorably and act immediately to ensure that precious Ghanaian lives are saved and that there can be rapid restoration of economic activities in the wake of these difficult times. We owe no less to every household and businesses in this country. May the good Lord protect all of us, and may God bless our homeland.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Thank you. Cheers.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Ato Forson. Thank you for bringing to our attention the options that are available to us in how we address the economic implications of COVID-19. It is indeed food for thought. I'd like to alert the local media stations that are present that our speakers will be available for interviews in the local language at the close of this program. So please do not hesitate to make your requests. They will make themselves available to speak to you. We will end our speaker submissions today with a presentation from
Ekosiise
Dr.
On
Grace
Asempa
Ayensu
FM.
Dankwa, and she is going to speak to what I believe is a very important topical issue, and that is the robust nature of the information that we will require in order to properly fight COVID-19. Dr. Ayensu Dankwa, thank you.
Asempa FM.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, my fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen of the press. I would at this stage address you in the importance of effective information dissemination to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Information dissemination that is accurate and delivered in a timely manner and in a tone that engages the attention of the public is critical to the fight
Ekosiise
against
On
the
Asempa
pandemic
FM.
that is on our hands. Experts everywhere tell us that accurate information that is delivered in a timely manner is critical in managing crisis. This is not about fear-mongering or heightened anxiety. Rather, it is about experts in the field and not political actors who provide accurate information to the public to understand what is happening so the public can respond to advice and measures taken by authorities. One of the key preventive measures in combating this disease is contact tracing. Contact tracing can only work better in an environment where the public has full disclosure of the movements of infected persons. The timeliness and accuracy of information put out by government and regulatory agencies is therefore imperative. Conflicting information breeds confusion and mistrust, which increases the vulnerability of the public to fake news and fake cures. Last night
Ekosiise
at 10
On
p.m.,
Asempa FM.
it took surfing the net and websites to learn that the number of people who have tested positive has risen to 27 and the mortality to 2. May the soul of those who have died rest in perfect peace. We are just learning this morning that the numbers have actually risen to 52. Ladies and gentlemen, a number of questions beg for urgent answers. We need to currently know how many people are on self-quarantine. We need to know how far we have come in securing test kits and supplies. We need to know how many PPEs we have in the country and how far the government has come in procuring more PPEs. Our research shows that some district hospital staffs and local clinical staff have not been trained in what to look for and proper use of personal protective equipment. We therefore call on government to give us accurate information on the number of medical staff who have been trained and at what specific level. We also ask for accurate information on how many more medical staff are left to be trained and what specific training they are currently receiving. As part of the public tracing agencies, we need to know the role of the district metropolitan assemblies. Also, we need to know the role of the NCCE in this fight. We need to know what specific help they have received from government in terms of logistics and resources to help them do better and quicker public education. The role of NADMO as the emergency relief organization and how government is liaising with them and resourcing them and how the assistance is manifested at the local level is also key. This also applies to our security agencies. In terms of our quarantine centers, we need to know how many we have nationwide. Where are these quarantine centers located and what is their capacity? Also, we need information on the kind of personnel we currently have in these quarantine centers and specific resources they have received. Additionally, we need clear
Ekosiise On
information
Asempa
on the
FM.
number of isolation centers we have nationwide, their location and capacity, what personnel are staffing the centers, and what clinical services do we have available in these facilities. These are a few of the critical pieces of information that government must provide to the nation as part of its effort to manage the present pandemic we have on our hands. It is important that government set up a specific time to provide accurate live updates to the nations like it pertains to other countries such as Italy, South Africa, and several other countries. This team is ever willing and ready to support government in this regard. We call on the media, civil society, and corporate Ghana to collaborate with government to intensify public education on this pandemic. The surest way to win the fight against the novel COVID-19 pandemic is through transparency and aggressive public education that is based on timely and accurate information.
Ekosiise On Asempa
We must
FM.
all help to achieve that. Thank you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Fellow Ghanaians, distinguished guests, members of the media, as we draw a close on our speaker submissions, I think it is abundantly clear that we are in a crisis situation. It is also clear that this technical committee does offer a wealth of expertise
Asempa
that will
FM.
be available and at the disposal not only of government, but of all Ghanaians. We intend to provide information not just from today's proceedings, but other analysis that we intend to conduct to make available to the Ghanaian public so that informed decisions can be taken to protect ourselves as a nation. Again, as we conclude, it's my privilege to invite our chairman of this technical committee to speak to us and offer some summary remarks for consideration. Honorable Prosper Bani. Thank you.
Asempa FM.
Thank you very much.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
I would like to start by re-echoing Dr. Ayensu's words to the media that at this point we need a committed media collaborating with government and other institutions to ensure that there is a transformation process to reflect the reality of reporting in this country as we confront COVID-19. I am saying this because the moment of doing business as usual is gradually slipping away. And this is the time for all of us to consider this pandemic as a crisis. And in this situation, we cannot and will not leave anyone behind. Indeed, government in the several weeks that have passed have made some very sound recommendations and defined certain actions to mitigate the spread of this virus. Today, I can say that this is not enough. This is not enough to flatten the curve of spreading this virus, to save lives, build confidence in our people, and get communities mobilized to support the response. Should we lose the war in our communities, then we have lost the war in the country. What do we think should be done? First of all, the government's technical committee must be elevated into a crisis management team to reflect that it is not longer an ordinary technical coordination committee, but that it's a committee made up of all sectors of the economy to address the crisis that confronts us today. Today, we have the number 52. From all my assessments and the conversation with the NDC,
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Farquidjo.
Yes.
Aren't you a darling?
I am. Beto Omama Royal Chocolate. Every Omama Chocolate Ghana. Emma woman. A better than Omampamasem.
Naturally, say Omama Royal Chocolate. I'm why Omama.
Onima de pa. Wash milk chocolate. Any dark chocolate there da. Or top brain.
Packaging also dear. Yes, swago. Yes. 50-gram milk and dark. And 100-gram milk and dark and so. And Sanato handmade chocolates. Milk and dark varieties. One Ghana pair. No ajibi. K. Wo just shine jaya do.
Tell me baby, Omama Chocolate Ghana.
Ghana Trade Fair Center, Labadi, House of Nayak, Pavilion Q, from 050-1322-584, and then 050-1322-586. And then one supermarket kra, Utimbogram Kotobi, one website, or mamachocolateghana.com. Utimukra Tobi online, no of their bro baby.
Omama Royal Chocolate.
The Omama Royal Chocolate.
Na yenye Omama.
FD, I hear sa a dreading crack to him. I just to say a year.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint Gobain, with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol from major outlets like Esojaman, Skyview, Mart, Community 25, Marti, Pram Pram, Atala, Incrabia Enterprise, City Ceramica, Interstar
Asempa
Ceramics on the
FM.
Spintex Road, Tagore, Cantamanto. Call 054 01 23 533.
Weber, we care.
Asempa FM.
These isolation centers are, how they are being manned, the equipment they have provided the frontline health workers, and how they expect treatment to take place after that. My colleagues have already attested to the fact that we need an aggressive contact tracing and reporting of suspected cases. We will continue to follow all
Ekosiisen On
the
Asempa
contacts
FM.
that have been traced, how they've been quarantined and being monitored aggressively, to the extent that we don't have situations where people are asked to quarantine themselves and they broke loose on the streets. This is not a sign of a disciplined crisis management exercise. We need to get our act together right now and right here. We are also very pleased to know that since our country borders were closed and the aircrafts from any other country have been stopped from coming into our country, the last couple of flights had all their passengers quarantined. And it is out of this testing exercise with these quarantine passengers that we have our numbers elevated from 27 to 52. What about the borders beyond the
Ekosiisen On
airports?
Asempa
As we
FM.
speak today, people are going in and out across these borders. Border officials have complained that they are not very much protected and they do not have the right equipment to process citizens crossing these borders. If that is the case, we need to double up our efforts. Otherwise, whilst we gain from the closure of the airports, we may be opening another door through the unmanned borders of our country. Should people be tested and found positive in this type of exercise, we need to ensure that our citizens are taken care of and taken care of properly by ensuring that the hospitals are well equipped, build the confidence of our health workers by providing the appropriate PPEs, without which they may be worried and scared to treat
Ekosiisen On
our
Asempa
citizens.
FM.
I have no doubt that our front-line health workers are ready to support our citizens' recover. But if they are not well protected, and as we know, the experience in other jurisdictions suggests that if our frontline workers are not well protected, they may as well be affected. That is the reality. So we need to engage them, provide them their support to ensure that we get the kind of support needed from them. In this kind of response and in the environment we find ourselves, we need to bring everybody together. As we sit here, whilst we have all the information, I do not think that the urgency that is required for us to respond to
Ekosiisen
the
On
appropriate
Asempa
measures
FM.
has reached the point that is desirable. If you are in a crisis situation, we will feel it on the streets. You will feel it in our communities. You will feel it with the pronouncements made by public officers. You will feel it in the institutions we work in. As we speak today, individuals are taking their own precautionary measures. I know some institutions that are coming out with their own arrangements to ensure that there's distance, there's social distancing, there's physical distancing, as well as ensuring the protection of their workers. If we do not have leadership in this crisis management, individuals and institutions and other organizations will be initiating their own protective arrangements under those situations. And within a crisis response situation, you begin to introduce chaos. Do we want to go there? Not at all. So we need to up
Ekosiisen On Asempa
and to ensure that together we win this war. Indeed, we cannot progress and win this war without resources. That situation cannot be negotiated anymore, and we cannot postpone the action. We need help. As we speak, and from all that my colleagues have said, if that suggests in any shape or form that we are at a moment of a lockdown, let it be considered. The data suggests that there is a need to take a strategic decision with speed around what looks like today as a crisis that is deepening. And like other countries have done, we need to do the right thing. As President Mahama said, when the situation becomes very clear and all the indications points to a certain direction, the right decision on lockdown will be made. We will also want to suggest that the committee, the NDC Technical Committee, is developing a comprehensive plan on the fight against the virus. However, in the interim, we will be presenting a document to government on our current assessment and alternate solutions today. Today, because we cannot wait for tomorrow. The situation is urgent, which requires urgent crisis management and response. Thank you very much. To do this first. Okay. This is also very new.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to invite all of our speakers to join me on the podium because we will take a few minutes to field some questions from our media partners this afternoon. But let me request that we respect physical distance and perhaps, if at all possible, If there are questions that the media have directed to a particular speaker, we will pass on the microphone and invite them to speak. Let me conclude today's proceedings before we get into our Q&As by pointing out again that our ultimate goal as a technical committee is not, and I repeat again, is not to create fear. It is to ensure that every single Ghanaian, no exception, is prepared for what is ahead of us. And I'd ask that we continue to keep that in mind. At this point, let me invite our colleagues from the media, if you have specific questions that you would like to have a response to, we are ready and available for that. If you'd be kind enough to just quickly mention your name and your media house. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Good afternoon to you all.
Afternoon.
My name is Mark Wilson and
Asempa FM.
But I have a question for each of the speakers. I don't know if I'm permitted to ask them one by one.
Go ahead.
The chairman just ended the. Oh, so the chairman just ended. So let me start with the chairman. I want to put some money. Since the establishment of this team, there are those who have suggested that clearly it's for political gains or
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Now, you said that today you are presenting a document to the government on your assessment and, of course, the recommendations as well. My question here is, why this media engagement to talk about your assessment and recommendation? Why not the government in closed doors, submit your document, and have a discussion, knowing very well that this virus is being fought at a national, not NEC, NPPC, PPPS.
Asempa FM.
So that's my question to Mr. Pastor. Yeah, the next one is to Honorable Afoforsen. He talked about the amendment of the Eurobond. Mr. Afoforsen, I recall that your chairman on the committee, Honorable Sibili Yeboah, clearly said that even though we are waiting for the 100 million from the IMF and the World Bank, the consolidated fund is available and disposal to government. So government can get the time in fund and
Asempa FM. Ekosiise On Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Celebrating.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So eni Ekosiise ndwumadi no asogu so a otie no edamu nyina ase enti that was the press conference and the NDC's COVID-19 response team.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Matie the one speakers no ewo to Ghana for enim about a kwan omu free say e wo say ye faso na atorenchama atoye no oman no faso etumi esi ano kwan enti ho nkomo na yekokofa de ebrem na wo hwe speakers na nipa wodi kan ede ne nsem eba betu dwa owura ne din ede Jonas Asamoah ono ye public health expert ewo Hawa Memorial Hospital Osiem. Into ono kasa wiye no ena Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins, ono medical doctor and a member of parliament for Clote Corley and so den anu dinsem etuja. Ono kasa wiye na afe the Honorable KCL Atoforsen, on your ranking member parliamentary committee on finance and a MP for Ajumako Enyan SCM constituency and so ekasai and sana Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, only a surgical specialist and specialist in disaster management and infectious disease control and humanitarian assistance and professor of global surgery at Ensign School of Public Health
on Asempa FM.
And later Mr. Prosper Bani Edin Penifua account so they one sem etuja. But so we tough which they are putting a document together. Now another document or more alternative policies on how government can deal with this outbreak and as a pandemic. No more be and that's a summary of the Akoso. And you just say one kasasu to me 8 years as we speak. A question and answer. Emre ena aso messages no but more than a foul the brain 0546 382 287 0546 382 287 21 minutes after 3. We are live on Facebook and the more and more Facebook share you know Asempa 94.7 FM your page on Facebook. Please like our page and watch our live streaming. They post to comments so papa. More and more Twitter and so follow our live tweet. Your handle at Asempa 947. Me, I'm a personal handle at Philip Bonsu. If you are on Instagram, you can please check us out on Instagram. Asempa 94.7 FM and you know uko YouTube and so I'll be a live streaming on YouTube. Your channel only Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. You know
Ekosiisen
live
On Asempa FM.
Your WhatsApp line 0546 382 287 0546 382 287 22 after 3 and another Tuesday the 24th day of March 2020. Me need your say bonsu. Meda production team no ase. Your Dominic isi yeboa. Nana Chumberema. Nana Kwada de Yurenchi. Jackson in Tiamoa. Ena Eric Opare bebe friend DJ yo. Ena Queen Star e Japan. And you know me boa emi edi Ekosiisen in Bremo eno. Me enfan na assession ko ema ye na boa fo. Nti yewo Obapa product. Agbeve Herbal Hospital. Yewo Omama Royal Chocolate. Levia Shower Cream. Weber Call. Also Weber We Care. Ecobank Ghana, Ostec Real Estate, Provident Insurance, Franco Trading Enterprise, Cocoa Dairy Free Coconut Milk, Bank of Africa, Las Palmas Food Center, Awake Mineral Water, and a Giddy Syrup and Capsules. And you may queer boy me the Ekosiisen in Bremo eno. You're lining up a number of interviews, but ansana no tiaway ema bar. Yeah, Shasia Edin come Ekosiisen suni Asempa FM. Stay with us here, Basisia.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi enwe juma ye juma song. Enti se wotimi si wodan hwe a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni ji. Nanso bibia nya tete se wo si wodan atomu tiles. Na tiles no efiase A22. Onua waso ba ye shiro. Tiles a yato ewie hu repair works there. Ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo. Tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo. Enkofa cement biara keke. Enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so. Use Webercol fire tiling works. Eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum. Webercol ye CE certified. Ejumeko Saint Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu. Ye wo 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webercol to tiles no a. Ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina nanso bibia nya tete se wo si wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne bo den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu ye de Webercol to tiles no a ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina nanso bibia nya tete se wo si wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne bo den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu ye de Webercol to tiles no a ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina nanso bibia nya tete se wo si wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne bo den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu ye de Webercol to tiles no a ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
adanse ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gye nanso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso ba ye hiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Weber call fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Weber call ye
Asempa FM filling station man in the hair
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
pop spot man in the hair me pesemiti Asempa FM Quaristers moson for kwa master prayer honey honey na mutie Asempa 94.7 FM to say yaka prayer na wajiso ewu bie fie
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasuguso a wutie no yeda mu nyina ase se matwen yen ama yakọ aba just gone by the press conference NDC on COVID-19 response team technical team as it were etumi edebremo impanyefo ahodo be num ena enya kwan ekasa enti Dr. Jonas Asamoah Kasai, Dr. Zenato Rollins, Mr. Kisel Ato Forsen, Dr. Grace Ayenso Dankwa and Mr. Prosper Bani impanyefo ekasa ye eno at the time ana ye free a hall with the live transmission no na a drew question and answer session enti se wutimi tie ya what are your own thoughts of the wote and for adventure ebra na yenhwe enkan emon. Okay. Was it Honorable Obi? A friend of mine. Okay, let me see. Also, this briefing on the coronavirus by the opposition NDC is to score political point, but they will never succeed. This party does not have the moral authority to address Ghanaians on this issue. This will never happen in my country. The media here will never give the opposition such chance. It is never done anywhere. And to way Mr. President or no Denmark and the way Abba. Mamen kwa homane so ne yenhase ni nkomo unim say before this press conference NDC COVID-19 team no na earlier at 10 a.m. na the Ministry of Health and afi local government ministry, education ministry, and information ministry, and so a press conference. Emma Ghana for update on BBI war as far as our fight against COVID-19 is concerned. Minister of Information of our Republic, Kojo Opon in Kroma, MP for the Ofuasia Yoruba constituency. Honorable Yamwakwabe Ekosiisen so na pomi ade.
Obi explain.
Na me adom me nso ye ho ye papa. Anope yete monka ewo from the information ministry. Mo de nsem bebre na aba betu dwa. Na ye pese bone to fama ye fo bi a wantumi antie no nsem a ekọ so and the highlights no
Asempa FM.
You don't hear me no. But my mentor
yeah, maybe I think the Minister of Health the no na amount for interest baby.
Yeah. It be kind of my name was the same baby. I'm cost boy and my body will far that yeah we do only in this across here. Tell me no. Now what we are when you crab in no. You need central post here. Now they will go be a walk on yeah. And then if you are local government minister Ajali Mahama. I know okay ma started the infection of the trauma. They had me a sanction only and then not only about any not associated with
yeah.
Or no buy no basically Jumo maybe see money to me quite on the fact that other part of the country. Any questions media a woman at the who bang ball near there or here the ball who the room. We na your prayer Director of Public Health, Minister of Health, Dr. Bedista Kotier.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Na sabre ni nte wono no me ari. O ma po mu tsen. No chere mu se mi nu ado mbunkum so. O mu kwa ho fu ana yare kakra wo mu beta. But ka po ni na de o mu so Dr. Paul o mu so kakaka omopo mu de page na be wo twekra de omo de omo fie kra na yeso information unit so if you are my information unit if you are yeso uti wa ye senso kai se omampani etche se Ghana borders na ye tutu mo san se ni yare no de ha e pa ni ko fu pia bonten e de brain le bi ni ha enti wonu mo pia bonten de brain o se sapo ne ye read devil you close the border akosise enti immigration pending we fi fa so the time sa the threat near ho do o maye anyone mo po mo try say o mo be fa bukata kwa bi so no mama nko fa bi Ghana obi mi fa play no akosi Togo no person of no mba Ghana sabe ya to Ghana border mo obi to ni edi obi ramoto so no person obi ni wuro sa for ya ente be ye edi anai 40 or so and obo de wuri na kwa fa so ti o me ade so
on Asempa FM
ya president e be ko che ya ni ya mu bi to na ya na ase ye pese ye bi ta aboni ye na na wa be try the immigration and sabe count near the from na so ye free ho na ye ba mandatory quarantine one more mo ba ya it's an instruction to the man to know that the good dem kaka the woman could turn na what you na ko say the national security for ebe bo wo de wo nipa apem any aduasa 1030 and ya mo ma bo ho ja our various quarantine centers. In him say more than kakra, it can say they are only and na form. Na nyese ye what we see ya popu na so yes menti na Dr. Kwame to whom she kakra na the head many a day and your baby. But the one who yes your baby size and say the honor ye really pa o tere mu dia ya ni dia ye ko ya ma o mo to to me e quarantine na so. And some health minister everybody say him only a so far ya take a hands to back 611 ya come
Ekosiise on Asempa FM
611 ya do mu to call lab no sabre ya me no fase anata no pana na ye kata na imu oha any edio watching me 185 ena ye do mu to afa machine ni mo afeso mu wo yare ni ja no mu ni bi 185 no emu edionum 25 ene ba positive emu ayuram pa freso wi ohabia emu chichemu be yedunan 14 ene wobi trepefe senior expert le kan se hone wo se na ni ko na ye close borders na ye quarantine bi a oba na se na eye no ko enti sabe ya mele ka so mo koso akin kokko hu ntuo omo ana ya to mu ntuo deda no omo koso so e dia pharmacy ni e bia ba enyi na na so stand pa ye doka ko ti bia no mbema obi aso akin na nti e na ye trefe wono ma ya mo mabo mo gya wo dem so mandatory quarantine it's free yen sabe ntayam omo ntia se oyi ni na ya ho bambo omo anka so mo ho bambo any of mine 30 million na you won na you ho bambo enu nti ne ho akohia se ye do mbe fata akwan ebio etore bia na ojanya video omo ankasa mubi o person ni nia bi omo kodina ba ko ni so na omo bi omo kese ni se police ja ko na wa say so me citizen I know my rights it me famingwa yes stress unia na ojina college bon to krampo na oni me yes I know my rights what if you cry no we know the be a time yes stress sabre am pani ono mo kata say ya ma o kan ko tell dan se nem entu we tin show de we na sa ma ka be boy ni na ebi o to butia fo a say omo ba yi do ha na friend bi ni mo na na ba tell o aso peso ye bi na owuram kotra ni dofo ana o so di no die fi no ye stress sabre ye nyene sa nta wo to wo ko ho no ubi agora ba pa pa yare ni yes quarantine center ka ho di mano a soja phone a police phone nurse phone psychologist ka show ko you say be nyu bi a de quarantine center but mumware ye famra no any juma. You to stop Mariana on to see any school. If we know now, many of them might be
Asempa FM.
The book for education, and they might education. We can have a good for legal health service also at the bomb to the road. Yes, sorry. It's me born their question.
Okay, and I think me share a reaction about on social media. If it's a man for focus on two of the presentations. First one, immigration penny in the say. Yawo Ghana phobia money a border poster. Omono ya the edge just ka won conforma won kwan mu remi legally.
One can start. Okay. Ghana for. Also, your border poster ya to pay.
Yes.
I know the immigration officials over ya to pay.
Yes.
But your border community. Also, Ghana million poor wall in Pani now. If you know about you say border way a flower border mini. But to be asking me, who are move a quiet young for fast to a smuggle. Nipa name, who food one. They won't call for Ghana has here, both of us for some to be a trap or Ponomodia Togo, Toko, or Barabos and all the other animals to know the name. It's half for you, or 4 degrees to cut, no person to disturb at the back, and none I ever for sale. Half only yes, I would be done at them. Done and I would do them. Because you are in a bar, who cry and baby can walk, walk off to the woman. Who cry now be a baby, and say, well, the airbook of the baby can, and
okay, and to that, say, Omua, yes, no, have we identified them? Apart from foreigners now, but Matissa, some of the foreigners are almost illegal route you know yensa ka won ama ya test e binom and as see they are in custody ba or more boa won yes ade na
and also no can so many local police they deal that baby was say you do omo family fancy you do my family.
Okay, my yamrani emesha health minister breakdown of the my inti 1030 for war under mandatory quarantine omo ye nkofo a president man the final address wie a oka say 12 midnight Sunday yeah 2 borders mono omo eba from the time a president kasa wie up to 12 midnight Sunday safo na 1030 no. Okay, enti sisi ano they are now under mandatory quarantine and I train a mo 611 yafa one sample e de akọ Noguchi.
Correct.
And emu 185 na abba and 185 na emu 25 are tested positive.
Okay.
Great. Enti the aka na ye hwe nim time ben.
In fact, anyone at me at 11 p.m. No ba penny ba ko ba penny pa o member thing. I also in mandatory quarantine. Or sending me message say or him say be taking a sample. Na me say a doctor for me and night before I training woman no. 2:00 in the evening, don't be too young, and I said, just a nano pay. But they are there no more bomb overnight. Sabrina to Noguchi, and none of Jomia to do overnight. They are penny briefly, and no. Only a Juma overnight. I'm so interested. It takes you 30 minutes, and some of you need to have 70 Nipa back who you know watching their papa here. It takes 30 minutes, and some of Nipa back to be at the water.
Oh, okay.
And some of the call Noguchi were. In real also would be reagents also would be and some of the machine my machine I will follow Sunny what I was also the time and Sunny for her say positive and no matter as why you the next also because one prepare what the false positive be and false negative be papa simply and you are no one sir to mu cause why you sabre and no cafe I train him by me or sister update beba and now say by no update about but any ayakano it can say a person is transparent with information there baby actually within 6 hours the bema would be active patient nankasa mean doctor for the psychologist and now mind also
but a by expectation let's say yebenya more cases and at least from tester Ekosiise
mean to me kasa about your test and out they are making me a general epidemic management theory. Experts no train. Na meka be there experts no. The general theory on their mind is unya out the clear numbers no you be pija kakra. To what is you move pija e ma oya mo. You be pija kakra and sana wa be the apotoka from the sun flattening the hair. The graph of school will be a fan of bell-shaped care.
Asempa FM. On Asempa FM.
Na fiasa ba pombi. Enti mfitiati emo pija kakra. But nyama ho do mo yin no. Both afi fiasa ba pombi. Na flattening care no. Enti se na what the numbers na koto kakra. No yamo is because Kenya ya Canada koto kakra na ba fom. The total is now pay the 25, I did 27, no, 52, no. And young couple, Yari in Krum. Omunia Yari in Krum, and can't say Yarena in Krum by 52. Debbie. We young couple, the big reporter, your man doctor, pony name, pony soldier, pony police for, and no deal more. Eddie or Maki, a boy, no do call quarantine center. My costume, which you say, Inti Kaya Yemi Star and Kasafu. Kibian Cabana will be than Bakoko, Pedro, Bakoko, Tilda, Bakoko Tamale, Bakoko Bugosto, Bakoko, and the Bama Yarena City, Etikrum. Because on all corners, the one common word that into the now, on you be to link it at home. If you're buying the doctor, Wafino. Bakobamno, na kubense yare no kwa na kwa na se the hunsu akogupo obi so ana bibi obi de nika koka e de aka na no ana na hi ana na ni afi yare kwa ko enti no kwesa akoto de o ma kire ni ko butumi akoto kakra nsa na fi afi abafom patoti e ma o ya mencho enema hodo aye enu ti na e ma numbers no even say se nka ya quarantine and testing we na ka wo because omo you know mo bad as at now me hear report say obi a ho ana yare ba stress aso ana na ne ko amputu no screen ne peke no wo obi a say he but ye friend ni no ye hu say yare no obi wo ma fi na ni ba enti ye be ko so ya boa depending for no mind secondly so no ono mo ba o man ni the last day one knowing what we know from this one the quiet attest to me because omoye ta so omoye
self quarantine
self-quarantine enti obi o ha dey na what na what to crampo no dey say big heavy ewo medium but omoye quiet ni attest because obi betumi o ha say one video so no dey more na more
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
depending for ya hu say and omoye hu bia say if you ask me, I'm going to na one attest to me na.
But okay.
Because of bomb koko say self-isolation na the class of going to self-isolation no. Self-isolation. Then kasa na what you aba na we group ni. Because of bomb we jam. Video me my mandatory testing of staff only.
Ehona me busa say so time president ekasa wiye up until 12 midnight on Sunday, enonkwa nipa 1,030 and a bar system nemono. Say ye boom kompo ahwe ye chi for the 1 week before President Ekasa do we know the numbers? Ye can was maybe your mobile system name.
You were the full number. You will be and then the telephone number. Because at the time you see even before travel advices, me fear the data. Me say be na want to be me answer. And me feel Uganda anything about. Sa brand me ba no. Omo di me data nyina. Ntin ka me ba no. Ntin ka bibi wo me bi bi.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Ye ka se me be me ho ja wo dem na me se dem. Na nne e ho akonya se wo se test me. Botum na what me test ya. Omo ko database ni no. Kenya Airways flight ba sa da na me no. Ibi humi bi ni phone number ni madre na ya pinka fa me se me mrani en text but na watching me say ibi ya enye ibi ya fie and me say me fine Nti saa phone na yɛwɔ ɔbɛbita mpanimfoɔ bɛkɔtiri afi aseɛ na wɔn nyinaa sɛ ɛno nti na ɛkɔ so sɛ wɔn nkɔto self isolation no na wokɔ a wɔn mu fie dɔfo a wɔn mu fie no mummoa ɛsɛ self isolation no ɛde mummoa na fotuo ne nkwansa a yɛde bɛma wɔn no ahwɛ na sɛ ebi wɔ mu na sɛ na ebi hyɛ wɔn ho a yɛtumi ato wɔn aba anim na yɛayɛ.
Yeah, Kaina, yeah, she say nipa more than 10,000 who are 7 year can you say basa ye test uncle phone na do we have that capacity?
First of all, my 10,000 number no answer. On a normal day, answer your travel advice. The data from the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority on a normal day, you put nipa be 7,000.
Wow.
And I know you are Ghana. Fiti da you started travel advice, you know. And so the very first day, so the kind of numbers media 3,000. Fiti Sunday night, I announced travel advice, man. The following day, 3,000. Now numbers started to boom. 20,000 yeah, 2 days.
Yeah.
That's an average of about 500. Because nothing was to cry. If the way now what's in now bar, Obina Kaka, there be 5,000, 6,000 there about. But that phone in before on the database on the DDS. Obi exercise and you learn basically eliminating risk 100%. But then mitigating risk not to the barest minimum. And steps are so far from a penny my taking. You now steps are aboa my reduce risk as much as possible. Number one. Number two, Obia, then you be and the minimum you are the kind of early. And say, the kind of only being come almost and say, they didn't and say only any detection mechanism.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Now what you mean, Wakababy, ye menu. Now what you mean, Wakababy, ye nim. Abnamansa, now what you mean, Wakababy, ye nim. Obetu any bear for some new etino. Then you pardon my near the Opa no penny. And there is now so surveillance and no system risk mitigation is good. Now to me as to try non 10 man. I say well to me to start non 10 man. You don't want to try now don't talk don't nani na po. Now my main family expert no so. O man penny and media no fear on the COVID-19 response committee Asia. Ono kasi ye bobo ayon ka ta me no ni je akwa tujama. Ye wo ipenimfo akuku dama e wo ni wie e wo ban bom ipapo mu.
Too bad. Honorable Kojo Upon Kroma Home article, where the lines and get him back because there were some few questions I was here sign so at the Ebu Saling. As we speak, test results are abba 185, emu 25 now tested positive, or more are tested negative. No, yeah, one day will they still be in that composite quarantine? As you be Jaya Momakofi, Ebu Busana Seminar. Yeah, we are Ghana for the brainer. As suggested, we should probably consider a lockdown. Enti ebiaka say Accra and Kumasi yen lock one down. Ebiaka total lockdown the whole country and all of that. And nona being so qualified for a partial lockdown. My kind article and I say an open letter. Dr. Omane Buama Atro. Ede Akwakoma, His Excellency the President, it's an open letter. Unknowns were calling for a lockdown, a partial one, of course. Inti Yebebu Sanis ansem ni na say a committee, consider and I say a honsem saying for our drink a brain, come why any honorable Kojo Upon Kroma Eddie NDC so technical response team on COVID-19 press conference almost wa drink share one hono saying Momone saw the brain yen share enkai amount. We say Obi President Akufo-Addo met with the leadership of some 137 market associations in Accra to thank them for cooperating with the disinfection exercise that was carried out yesterday. His directive to all major decision to close all borders and quarantine 1,030 people has yielded results to reduce the spread of this pandemic. What new message has the NDC response team communicated? Some people must be serious. in our country. Just Buako and Honorable Kojo upon Kroma Sayaba. Kojo Ahomano Teko, yes, Facha.
Nadia make and say, O Mampeni and you may be alone, see response committee no Asia. You want penny for Kukudame winning dear, a war, bambum, a body munyan sape, emu, nipa po mudin emu. The friend of public health, and I say nipa do a po mudin, say your doctor beer, when nipa back on cemetery. But you can nipa do a po mudin a public health, a be an ahonyan specialization. It be a Juma to say Dr. Samoba Ekan Hasemi, our World Health Organization, Deputy Director General, Omutrima Bobio, Abribian Omuma Omampeni advice. And Omampeni etwa, we know the Abisian will be said now, we are no making a decision. Leader there, would a judgment call, would teach Penifoni na a 7 on the Puma Sibre. Now, dear, see, so far. A foot on the amoma penny in Nara, any research on penny amoma in Nara, any decisions are worth taking in an, and our boy, yet to me take decisions, I may women tem as well. Senior Cassette, what in number and my yamun should because a nemana ye no moon and ma Yehusa numbers. It been say, ye fee as ya Sabreno, a bay Cassa say, Yanqualane watch China, Yanko formumra, Nick Kaipa. For any experts, we say debating extensively. And a foot on the buy, even though I know mom colleagues need to go no money, a foot on the buy, how man penalty to finally say. A better say in the end, no, a better change so kaka since over Kwako import because at that time there was not even enough knowledge about COVID-19. No. And sending an early descriptions, Nathan, Udi Agra Oko former bar, Oko fire about men. Say, you hear a man who do be brea, or more coffam, quala coya, as a man who do be brain as I say, ati see what in my heading. But yet that, you made us say, Edda, ya futu for near experts, and say, Edoman Penias say, I'm preparing, unquire, CBA politics, and now PP, but baby a year than no you be a, and there's a demo who quana quala, na mount, so Becca said, my Indian and wasem. Na okay, can you for Ansan were taking the decisions? A bini decision say, even though you be closing borders no by Monday, no, maybe then you may not quarantine will be a Obin Kenyan is some of these new cases are you who have been numbers no washroom. Can you now?
Expect yes, because you can expect advice, no. Yes, you can expect advice. Na imagine BCB so say the largest opposition party in our country, the NDC. APAO or more technical response team 13 people and my first press conference now share profiler or 2 the 13 people now to say on paper it looks really solid. Ebiaka say why not draft them into this whole big plan no months ideas or more no or monfa emra. It seems that that's what they are calling for.
Oh, let me feel so cancel my advice on the mind. It num and nuni. Now we are by Jane Hussein because it's. I mean, I'm not sure the idea is say ubia etiku say yemfanen kahubi, but more about advice being see the audio to ponsua. Because problem now is solving a very complex problem. Our economic dimension, our security dimension, our public health dimension. Our diplomatic dimension, our legal dimension, a very, very complex problem. On Asempa FM. Yet the a foot will be the beba bebuan. A bedina supreme nemum yetia penina Ghana manu. A sudi say on take decisions and from where hobino. Sabi ordini na ekafua we're taking a decision. Titi say Ghana Medical Association. Omapa Dr. Phoebe Brea, Omso with public education. Yet the details name ma giba for ne primpag for near is with public education. Ye bomb basso. Nurse for upcome Hobum Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Almost do list aba ye the ama giba nim penny for so move from no to public education. Into the largest opposition party, so mutikubia in and of itself any problem. But the issue of so and a beboa. This advice be home de ama every year. You bet to credit uncommon be a kojo NDC press conference no me no say 1, 2, 3 any enye.
Na me pato ultimate be there.
Ye de adwuma no ne ye. So be a paper bi dia ba ye be hwe ne hu na supem. Se bia mo na mo cover enti ultimate tell me so my advice 1, 2, 3.
I think one of the
they best friend say asem them be partisan politics because you need time for politics Abre we say.
Ekosiisen On
The best friend is
Asempa
asem them be say if you person score political point yes we have to team we CV there be a comparison of CVs in be problem kese wo ho a be so nti yes obi wa advice bia to me the bar forward nam penifo ne hu se no be consider no ti minim so my advice bia.
Yeah, I think some of them I might not be specific on some of the details, but back home, for example, you say yema education no enko more, and they believe say there are some decisions bia you taking in temanka emma mewie in baby ababe sisia. One of the speakers neka say 50,000 test kits aban say wakra eba no is for a country of 30 million people, and maybe you hear more. They spoke about PPEs. I was seeing more. They spoke about training for frontline health staff.
Yemfa first 3 or 4 years. But also mankai bia na waka. First one, public education. Maybe this all I say from last week, ABC this week. In fact, in Rapo, Yeni Prim Park, Giba GJ, a trainee journalist for public education. Into I know ya there, that. Obi say 50,000 test kits no, any enough. Into pacho the number no my.
One more specific number be
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Yes, but say any enough. Yes, for a country of 30 million people.
Yate. Senior Mampenia can yebe cost procure market. We have say the whole world over accoutrements for Ntokwa we are kono. Na me hear Governor Cuomo of New York. A whole crown pomo de enso. Eti na me nim so optimal number bi ode to abonte na bibia but say na say 50,000 no iswa yate na supreme. And now we say PPE kit for
PPE for frontline, yes.
Me did say so almost a press conference now. Yes, Ghana Health Service penny crime and never be here. I'm going to fast increase PPE kit because the idea is also making sure say a doctor for a nurse for you now PPE kit now be back pre-triage in crime for me to me abom ho ban sana or machine. Make can say I'm to say stress so will be a free 112 and co hospital for 112. No suma na obi mbepeke o sample ni enko teste enhwenya sa wo ko hospital ni ade ni na no ubetumi kra de asan enko for say am passe wo bia nti minimi de any other specifics but them say the bottom line is say so be advice bia you be say say o man asotia say ade ayeye deda ye de beto e hosampa e de ayeye deda say ade fufu bia obi anhu nwehu a and also no you don't say ever consider no.
And some of Nioma Fofron and it dovetails into the other issue and I'm personally raising with you. So we sample opinions on social media. Ghana for binom yes okay, why not a lockdown? Ebi aka see here partial lockdown. Ebi see here total complete. Yen lock it down the whole country. And utie obi to say Zenoto Rollins, for example, or Kasano Ebusai plans are a war for compound houses where social distancing will be very difficult. Already the issue of Okada drivers, any Omajumo Muguso plan ben a war Emma homeless in our societies. Ebase ain't already a lot of issues. And no ever be this thing about lockdown. Are they buying air consider Bibisa?
Maniti Honasi will be some questions and answer or profess solutions.
No, those were like questions into say or share the more and the loopholes I what the more no so and I'm so the busa questions into have we done this, have we done this, have we done that, and all of that.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
I say I've already said the gentleman can be was suggestion be Woka say many about the NATO or can Okada can the solutions be at the table also. So we say now when you say we our question. If you agree, everybody say NDC 46 and NDC 46 and NDC 46. It is at the end they will say God be against. Now the question of a lockdown, I'm saying a substantive way. In fact, 50 days in the whole different groups are calling for lockdown. The TUC for any can't.
Yeah.
Say lockdown, Brebuaya, Yanyan in Tem. I think if I read it well, Omasama, Omokaino. Me who say, who's a mini about Coco to Busiako, no crumble the various scenarios for lockdown, and or they abab on thing. And no pay, you do come over a press brief. Into any idea for fraud as a first step, any idea for fraud. But substantive answer, and say, you can lock down. Lockdown, it means different things in different contexts. Or might be a system listening here. And on a bad advice, so say we are locked down, saying our no. So what might be a and I said the average citizen or third fee large supermarket chain or more Tesco's or more Sainsbury's or shops with some or more appliances. You can get your one cough when and I said Kufu. The whole year down will be paid in near beer. When you do off license, there when you are. When you do supermarkets beer, the one in China, and yet they are more for the Corona capital. About essential services, I think essential services are distributed one. A different from Kodia. So we will lock down. There will TV so. So CNN we are locked down. We are locked down. I also will say in your context. When we say lockdown, one, a baby you one, two, a bed one. Very time Ben I say, we. Mami for the being fatal. To say mass testing. South Korea. We use mass testing at a point. In South Korea for literature, say test. Yeah, mass testing. Don't say demo can be Ghana and say you know Korea for your test. Ghana your test. And then the Gucci Penivona by Professor Phone. Train say 777. And yeah, what Tiafia now because of what we say I am masters in South Korea too. Yes, we need Ghana. The Intia et and say the honor of numbers are initially. I'm all to me perfect RDT testing systems are able to make off the shelf test at their testing. 100 maybe na web program at the end. It's just now the respiratory residue no. I don't know the PCR test no. Yes, I'll do a Gokwana test. I'll be your test will be a winner general coronavirus. But we COVID-19. But always myself.
Yes.
Into the fact that when we say South Korea for say mass testing, test no. And yes, and one year pick it into the main pattern say various solutions, location dynamic. Into to say the TUC for near I would work out a lockdown. No pay question by a person they can say all cards are on the table. Buying closely not to any of the options. All cards are on the table. And we continue to build the various scenarios and analysis and advice. But they are doing the advice and the decision is not to go for a lockdown at this point in time.
Not even a partial one.
But they are doing the advice and the decision is not to go for a lockdown at this point in time. But all cards remain on the table. Say, data no scenarios no. That's the bare lockdown. I'm saying what I say. Decisions will be taking timely decisions to protect the population. No, will be taking those decisions that are relevant. Into TUC for any and that's why I like the TUC statement. Say lockdown bebuaya yenyen in them. It's on the cards as part of all other options. We continue to consider. If it becomes a viable option now, Mampeni will not hesitate to take that decision.
The other question will be as I'm sure and Daily Graphic front page Omone Noguchi director Professor Abraham Anan Edin Komo and the headline and it's halting COVID-19 spread Noguchi urges lockdown and a mass testing. Noguchi ankasa air quality and for example Omokase they called for a total shutdown of the biggest public bus system in the country, Trotro, as a critical measure because that system was a major conduit for accelerating the community spread. And this is what Noguchi professors now can say me or
that's a pass or the example whereby Senka Yinima Carbon Safi now be debate between Noguchi and Noguchi from penning for a tip on. And none of them, many professors and Casa telephone. So, besides a prof. Legume, Yanni Noguchi for a na say advice be say what about the say na mon country na you best sorry an opani who newspaper front page so okay them say one cancer the graphic front page no one cancer and see minute will be and on for example I don't know head of testing the one Noguchi e cast our telephone so say the press conference now one kind of play you play say our story na graphic front page you know and you know correct one cancer in the no press briefing now. For example, we are to me friend or Chemu say Noguchi encountered the Biasa. The reporter no bisa the question.
Ekosiisen
On about possible options. Just bisa me say all cards are on the table no. Or Chinabo na website to be a cultural say Kojo upon command say abide say or consider lockdown. But the question that bisa many answer my mind and yes I am kind. And ubisa na all the upper for telephone natural Robert Tremodia or catcher graphic reporter no. And no can be na yesterday sabri some of the normal slips are here in Central Jumano. You may in kakra because the bit me distort information in we bet me create impression say the Gucci see and lock it down a bind on you. So you know correct.
Indeed, graphic got it wrong from the OK.
The headline is inaccurate. Professor Ampofu Oba your press conference. No, the upper who produces entry press conference no more. On one and two or America. And the kind of conversation or money Noguchi boss have a man can be our more interpretee say Noguchi is calling for and I say is urging a lockdown. But I'm saying, sir, all options, all cards are on the table. The best research are brave. Young be a better to say your ranks as of mine are broken. Now, Sebi, ye casat cross purposes. Be a
Asempa
I didn't feel say a bebuano. All the interest groups are penny 40 pound. The Gucci need doctors, need researchers, no penny for or mobile meeting 6 o'clock will be at the table. We did this or more scenarios be on my bill, any analysis be on my the beba pono. The bar about security for one so don't hear the bar. A Greek for the beba. Say, okay, we are locked down, no we have. And now come and say, send it, we are locked down. Security saying, market quite equal spray. Deploy soldier for to go and be on guard. It's not as easy say why announcement to say will be uncle fee na ye be spray. Because one for soldier for one could throughout the exercise. I'm per mask and my omni are there. Would you say why announcement say you could spray market? Ubabani a book for store and me will be your own cock na koy night. Into decision be our several complex angles. Into all of this advice about the other stakeholders need to turn on. Oman said the idea you may be our man on near their public health near dominant to count there. Mamin confess be being show. Who do you know?
Me too, Kojo.
Mamin confess be being show. Means because you need an opportunity for us to learn. If I fair case by first two cases, they call meeting me. Besides, I'm the buy me say contact tracing ya more kind there. A be wa beche. I don't know moment monk of phone din. Then your announcement say we be a only next year be no bra. Then testo. And only me the WHO phone penny for lawyer phone penny for one from I'm say the minister they all can hear I say them yeah it's patient kind confidentiality you breach it. And sana o mind be anywhere abine na ebobon kofodin. Se ni papa na nkasa susu say o pese o ba forward na o kasa o benye bi into to make the contact tracing easier no. O bi awa oni me bi nkita o bi a bra ma yen show. Te say ni o be just introduce no the abase o le yire nya bi ana ono nya bi ana we ne o makasa individually. point I'm making is that me my dear me de call no. But in penifo kuku da me won in deal with man or mutana no. Say baby, because you the inside the Asempa. Nti rather ye carry you for so be feel so be ya why. Sa so na ti say obo say bi ho a doctor. Nti ono so o from public health point of view
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
One day abo so no kwa the statement dia beto abontin abeka no. They say ono kwa ni de na perspective no. Afi security for no do mo de ha. Both afi nye public health answer kwa. Oma e sure say nkofo ni aduane di. E do mo de ba food security for no ba. Afi do na public health kwa. Into there are various angles. Would be your idea be an penny for chipon no one fem fat penny for no. Other people, their perspectives, but in the end, no any decision are the best to protect the population. Will be taken.
WHO, I am clear, say, starting cases of community spread. I was say, protocols, no SSA. As we speak, President last address our year, or revise say protocols, ne kakra. Stress say the fact say was say social distance or announce say inclusive ports and borders in Yenara. Sisi as our social distance and nankasana akwa ye den say ye betimi a ensure say enra ye to market name for example disinfestation no and everything is back to normal. Nipa na akwa kugu market ni mu bebre omo ayefo trotro eguso fo omo ayefo long distance buses eguso airfo yenim say and the president is share market queens no e Jubilee House. What different would we see, because we have to stop the spread? Could you
spread first of all as a matter of the penny for my so say you can't community spread properly so called eno ye obi a wanye bia anase nipa ahodo wanye bia untumi ntrace se we oni we ni yankita ho ntimi nya bi se ade na check se ukrum but se utumi nya se bia 27 cases na me no kasa no 52 cases na emu be 50 omu fi amano ne bae be 2 to me point is we the only way of your man on the buy it on ya. Or consider no say where do community spread state. I just want to provide that for purposes of in our year you shall be wom.
Asempa FM.
Yeah, the end of the sister class in fact 98% of it if your man on in the advice is that so to me a block importation. Now, containing one with Yaman on the buyer, you will not get to community spread. And even though I hear preachy social distancing, hand washing, and take on the your level of protection are buying air, Emma, Yedia Juma, and some of the Ayankasa, so you buy a boy who buy. They are making me come to Tunase. I'm just showing the various layers. And say, yeah, what do you?
Me tell Kojo as a line if you can say kakra say what ho kakra ma ya.
Fache me.
Yeah, it's better now, yes.
And you know say ye bohu de let me know the IS4 bands are here go across the country or more campaign near there. But still it didn't find the shoes. Yeah, you will be siada. Na asem beach. Say near yan konkon. They are buying in in fact, we be telephone now or record it. Say, oh, yeah, bosso. I buy a cabasto, yeah, bosso. And to say, they say beach, say, Joadanana, Ghana Tourism Authority.
Yeah.
And at this stage, the because we have pretty social distancing at the same time, yeah,
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
And of course, your market, your public transport. For a man, and any nana, the comfort is so much be paid. But a notina, they said many may say, me and I consider you. Now, say, be where was he a year, Eddie saw one, Eddie Pejamua, ya year they are so with their Pejam. Meaning some of the considerations are the transport ministry area, any local government ministry area, every paying till they need to move to the back. And then you go on the report about it. How been a nano from market essential transport operators. Saying baby in the consensus beer, you bet me they solve now. And who could hear say, Ubeko to extreme, especially at this time, I will containing imported cases. No, and the already in the real basis. I who could hear say, you bet than the idea anymore. You bet than it. I say, yeah, transparent. If we are upon a body with the kita homo be at Tiasiano. The be anywhere it be in time be.
Imposition of restrictions bail no see a parliament omanpenye assent to me pacho.
Me pacho as at the time me kwakoye press briefing me there. Na me nya indication say
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Me nya brief since then. By the way, me say call the hot me there. Me nya brief say wa assent area. The nya so say better say parliament say area. Also, Parliament and Kasa, the friend cleaning up of the bill.
Yeah.
Because if you have say clause 4, MPB the amendment about this and your Maui, no. Syria also Parliament throw money now for 4. Now, Mr. Speaker, transmittal letter at the basse, or certify say, at their Parliament saying, no man penny office was steady. Now, what I sent is so steady not be a cochima uma, or be return it to Parliament. Say, at the we see. And a policy position boy brakaka. And there's still some work kakra but not the mere fact that Parliament na or assent. But the when you may met a baby abisina mama swatis.
Ye din komo ya unim say ye tiefo ni bebre nya wa omo the questions bebre na eba enti ya sample kakra bia in the next 5 minutes betimi akan na wayi anu ama yansa na ye jai ama wako. But even before that na me question ne say 185 test results na aba ye hu say mu 25 are tested positive no. Omo aka omo tested negative no ye won den.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Fiti abra no pay board the rule. Ye positive for nefi quarantine center or edomako isolation units for treatment. But negative for no in fiti asiano na afutu wa mode man ni say en could be testing negative and can it me man coffee. Enti so only o ma quarantine bi din komo be ka cho so mobile first e ka tro se be 2-3 days. No correct. Ba obi no correct ni say yari we e ka ho asem no abreni abrebia WHO fo nankasa eye abode mu nyansa pe e ho nhwehwemu no omo sesa yari no hu nimdia kakra say so be ka ya no mo say enye airborne ene ne nan say omo the circular for aba say yari no kra it will stay in the air for some hours depending on some conditions. Me say what kind?
Yes, I've read that article.
And you was the first, no, na meeting with Jubilee House. 24 crowns, she said mask near Dibi. And then for me about and 24 United States.
Yeah.
Because Yari in Dieno, Sabi, a Dani Kakra. You didn't come in so see to Tunkane. In the same way, no, there are foot to affairs on the mind and say, what testing a negative and necessarily Pracono near you to be called. So, more
Ekosiise On Asempa
FM. Negative. It may be possible, say, Nipacono. Or early stages of exposure. Say, only will be a dinkita who will be a quality, but in young dead, in Tiamanenko. And to say it's half one, Matuma Bona Mitrim, sending over who into a banner.
Yeah.
To say it's half one, testing negative me now. And what could he say, best from say, or moon penny for better now what you mean now. Now I observe home, sorry. Yeah, consume test home, testing you because I'm more Yarian than Yahoo. For 25 no surveillance report near correct obi any wa odam pem say yari on the temperature course but yari ni bi won video inti oma test negative cramp no say yari na signs me say bia na early stages of exposure inti yen chance answer inti omo be wo in quarantine for the next 13 or 12 days depending on that omo dey buy na akoso test wom at the end of the period nyame adom na say almost a negative still na ya almost akofia ko home adofo.
Okay, and they will still be there for the 14 days, you know. Okay. Enunko guno mamenhwe messages ne kakra madam for Dr. Baku William Ochefrimpong say Obi ask the honorable to if he can tell us how many infected people entered communities before the mandatory quarantine on a daily basis. It's time to step up measures. Lock down for 2 weeks, identify all ill ones, and help limit the spread. A
very good question, Pa Nwebisa. In fact, yes, so question Yebisa experts need to know. Enuntina Sabri, you say, one man or more in before mandatory quarantine, you call back in context to me now. Because first, not science, may say 14 days and some manifestation to the other self-isolation. And Nekoampono, one man so I can say, what test negative, and possible say, a woman manifestation. Because more 1 week before mandatory quarantine. So be aware, own show symptoms are a kind of 1 week, but when show symptoms are fine. So be aware, own show symptoms are 1 week here die enemy, maybe a bit to me a show. But be that as it may, now see a question near testimony now. Near to me answer a question say, Intina or Mumubi Wumua, no ye infected and that testimony and a bit determined. But the good thing is say, woman in I show say going to self-isolation.
But that is we relying on say Omodebe Juma.
But ye nim so say nkofu bebre so de Juma. Oh, baby I want say am why ho a okon aye kono yi. Obi enu ti fie obi wetu kwan waba. What is aban body you say? On call to self-isolation. On one kasati. Na between one is any pakor mo se mo free Juma. Say na yin na ni dia ho bro. Especially with the data they are talking about things. Say, if you want to in self-isolation, or 1 week. And for you much health and security for you much making sure say self-isolation cause a could to say pickle sample now you tested. Na say you know me and more now my exposed for but now they said be woman you be home from the test. And the test, and the details, but last one they say, also a doctor.
Yes.
Or Kasa from a medical and a public health point of view. So only view the fact that only now the security for food security for near doing now. Now if you will make a decision about a lockdown, but now all those cards are on the table.
Where Chief Bine, a deputy national organizer, my NDC, or say Obi quick one. Any special arrangement for Kayaye, those living on the streets after the fumigation exercise of our market? And finally, any special arrangement for prisoners, looking at how crowded our prisons are? These are not normal times. Chief Bine, dear Enonokojo.
Chief Bine, dear Carconta, second from my Michiano. Dedikai Kayaye, any one of my network market, you know. Ye ma obi e fi market one sana omo ye disinfection.
Okay.
Njo se na soja for e na e bo ho ban se obi nko lu obi ade obi so nko ka se me de aha na me da. E na se obi no kwa nya me nim se still onye obi a na nya baby powder. Nti obi o ha na nka market no da. But soja for make sure se no obi any ho. Nti yen expect se e din so so boni bi abebre obi a ofi market ni mo. If I do perishable goods na ade na ye mo mu yi ni na fi ho. Into expecting solutions to Bonnie be a war. But no chief Asempa Obisa. I mean, some doctor no raise first question. Ghana ha wo kaya yi bebre. Wo said you be a odegum. I was after na chief bobo from the one text me.
Yeah.
Who can lock down once a month so factor me now into it. Into all of those considerations ni na ka they are paying for SSC. Now, say, who could hear say the scenarios are possible? And are there to make a decision? But the chief question, the last part,
I think last part was for prisoners. Say, plan Ben or my prisoners.
Omampeni Emma Interior Ministry say omunye advisory paper be on the state of prisoners, risk level. Then kika honi adie because you say I might be or how free prisoners. I might be very so free prisoners. Rather, the mind is on my bohum by making sure say be anti prisons. New York say one of the prisons they be SEO. Into there are various considerations. Interior Ministry, they are meeting and not changing meeting. Omo do omkrata abeba. Omo the bad decision be able to be ano. ɔmampani bɛ mi yɛ de ato abɔnten nti yɛn wa atwa yɛn mu kakraa bi ɛwɔ saa side on.
Madam for Baku Nico Ewo Kwesimintim Ntakrade oye I think constituency secretary for the NDC. Osi Obi, do we have regional isolation centers? What the NDC is asking for an isolation center in each region, and I think one of the issues are Enomurezi at the press conference. Kojo.
Second year na
with Nico or Kwesimintim.
Kwesimintim di mamen kan fante kaka. Ayi maye pede ye hwede o mbanye da asem no be the NDC force MPP force. Oba no regional isolation center FM. Beye na watching na Yema Ghana Health Service what they were there. All the regional hospitals Wama we create isolation centers. What kind of isolation center? On your done biao. Hospital Honankasam. No way you be there. I had the Nipadomu Koho. If you have Nana Numa na Siana what you go. Say Obi Banasi you should there on an adreno or COVID-19 there. Young Fanum Fra OPD Funaneka. You don't know Boko. The instruction from Ghana Health Service and the feedback from all the regional hospitals there were isolation units over all of these regional hospitals. At the last count, there were over 200 beds across the country for isolation. And your question about Ghana Health Service, who we are not there. Say, yet they are going to so there, NDC Force, both a substantive question, no crampon. We are politics. It's the only no crampon. It's young bomber than they tone down them. Some of those issues are wabama year.
Oh, okay. Kojo, the other question, and I think let me see. Okay, Onose, yes. Honorable Kazel Ato Forsen, our colleague in Parliament, Eka Omoa Kasaye at the presser and he wanted to find out the $100 million on Mampenyi announce a day ena mode aye. Can you provide the breakdown so far? Nioma mode aye.
That's the same way I can over and over and over again. Mampenyi Chef Finance Minister say make available $100 million.
Yes.
Na yemfenye sa ade we say. And sana Finance Minister Edemi Kisafika available. The ministers are who do nara. Mampenyi Chef say fie adwuma ase yen minister fie adwuma ase me no ka say obi minister of information yen bere one Ghana city kokoro no yen bere one but ye adwuma no yen na ye returns airtime ayato Asempa FM ni ade nyina iwi a ni nyina ho yi ni ade no ye de bedan finance minister manager to mampani ma sa instruction them say 2 weeks kram by ya kan say enya de o se twimu tan say politics obi say na Kufuado audio money na politics this is about the third or fourth time the political ya catch them say you know get last year budget 2020 budget after the time I year budget no in 2019 November no nobody knew of COVID-19 until now any budgetary allocation for COVID-19 and now ya chef finance minister so on pay 100 million cedis nemfenye eho ensiseye obeba back to parliament about the train baby use can fee and how it has been spent auditor general be audited it yensi abotre na yenko okuni wini points na bi mu person o score ne de yenfanto nche yenko okuni wini ye wi a auditor general be auditing na budget returns about parliament ni nyina ehu so say sika no omu yifi ha omu di say na ye say eso ni anenso ani ye wini ya na ye wini ne akọ ntokwa sa brede ye start sa de na so bon say ye party fo agina bonkum na ndisi fo agina nimfa na okropa a wo say ye kun magana di nkunim ye je nkofo nkwan na ka bebe ye besre fe no ntunchen
Kojo clarify where my final in Emfa NC. The ban on flight air ban. Is it total? And I say Ghana ni bi o baby na say oba no ye be na room ni quarantine. Which is which?
The borders of the Republic of Ghana are shut at this moment. Flights are not coming in, they are not going out unless with a special dispensation. And the flights be am for na be quarantine. Na flight be the wako. And you know more, you find it out to say breachy closure of the borders a wuro my anymore. Immigration, any police, take custody of them. Now you quarantine them the borders of the Republic of Ghana are shut. We are in extraordinary times at this point in time.
Okay.
Now, caveat can be special dispensation because Sabri, I might be actual Kataba say, Oman for Ghana has it. In combat, some woman, no special evacuation flight, empty plane, baby. Now, Befau, Eduomoko. It is under consideration. Yes, say, Yehomu, near Manimuna said, Yomoka, Yemunu cream to so say Germany abands you of the funny man for Hase Aqua. Arrangements I was here, a more than aircraft, the funny call for corner there. A different arrangement I bet me I consider. Now, but as I speak to you, the borders of the Republic of Ghana are shut.
Nyame National Day of Fasting and Prayer, no 6 to 6, 6 to 12, 6 to 1. It's saying details, let's say.
Minka Ketrebi and Sana specifically. If you say, O Mampeni, I feel you say in Cobompai. And you know, cray. I am your man who do from the beginning, Abisile. Your course why you be account. Now, so Ghana memo has said, Yina Yeji Yamidi. Ofa ye Ghana national anthem. Me back to if we were 6 years, school or start your say, God bless our homeland Ghana. The first word in the Ghana national anthem, God. Yeji Yamidi. Christopher Muslimi for Oma, a fast summer who also assume Ochedian point. Into the Mampenia can say, or China. Yam fire your phone to her. Who be and soon friend in Yami. You Christian knew you Muslim knew who call him phone, Sufre Yami Ochna. Ne Juma Hudua Nimdie for Bambo for Abodimunian Sape for Nipa Mwapo Mudimpen for a year. Onyankupon on top means super in Musu Untina Supem. No yin in Anqua. Say, would the 6 to 6 and I'll be to me, ya boy. 6 to 12 now be to me, ya boy. Say dry now be to me, ya boy. Ubenumus you are, ya boy. The Hiane say, would do ye for Ato Kakra, Abua Kata when you hear red, gold, green now, start the boom fin. One magana swashing and coupons, I say. On ye, ne Juma who do am penny for ye now, on money, Tiania Quanche. So sad we are so mind be acquainted to me and Sanoa. Can I yam mine? Into me Sano. What's now no man in Tia say a software would be brave. So I available say more radio stations, TV stations, no can see an umbepese or more any munara. A bit breaky fast on your various platforms or much rock brand with Medina of details. Here, Bamamo now more so say mono break ye no mono break but dear Nipa who are doing money in Diemu. I was a man penny dear in na ye ko to dwanim sans okono nyameko
kojo ma me na ase emerenti ne mfa NC ye besan so edi nkomobio why
madam ase eni mu nuanom central phone nyina se ne amoboa ma ya bohu dewu na ni party ase edi aboa ya kwete ye da mu nyina ase
ye da ase pa nti kojo opon kroma a member of parliament for Fuasia Yerebi constituency, information minister of the Republic of Ghana. So Osha the 13-man technical, that's a 13-member technical team of the NDC on COVID-19 official statement lawyer Sami Jemfia de Babetu, you know list now. The third on the list, Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, or a surgical specialist and specialist in disaster management and infectious disease control and humanitarian assistance, and a professor of global surgery and Science School of Public Health. And Eoko Western Region, Sikado Keten constituency, on parliamentary candidate for the NDC. Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa, Akwa not then. Yaminadum, Bibiar Quea.
Portugal, papa, but this year COVID-19 abanti.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, crisis mode.
Constituency boko.
Constituency ni boko kra
Sunday. And the crowd so that.
Kra Sunday ya yehu de nkrofo na we hu de yenyipa bi wan boy hen 16 years wan boy hen kra. Nten wan po asesa wan dwene pansa na maramerba.
Benyimda eba up against a strong political giant to ana Jogati.
Masa, onye kasam fofre. Nkrofo na wasesa wan dwene onyami o. 16 years onye hwe. Ekwan papa krubi mponyi enkrom.
Nye sikado.
Hey, je yerbro. Yerbra papa. Nsu school toilet car kwan bibia no park no market nothing the whole constituency for 16 years na ekronyi pa krona adwun po na wodibwa this is I put the yes system ntono put yes system kra ya po ya sesa ya adwun dedado
and what system no wa toama Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa
what toama Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa December 8th Dr. Grace Ayensu Dankwa in the new MP for Iskado constituency.
Wow. Ya be pembro na ye do no ho nkomo ye nda de demra kan ye wo crisis situation nti ye ba hwɛ mo go apono do later na ye di nkomo wo amemetna menim takrade pa true and true nti ye be do no ho nkomo
the best from the west.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ye kasa na doctor are you a free ababeka yensa. No, I think money yusu microphone way hana doc emfa way mom. Doctor, are you a free akwa ba na saying?
Oh yeah, na also want to say.
Nyame adomo ekoye. Na bibia boko de.
Oh, nyame adom bibia okay.
Constituency boko.
Oh, yeah.
Unopposed and now be contested.
The papa could be contesting me, but one of the BSF friends, Azuma Becca Fadensa. We are now watching the tricks. No problem.
And April 25th, it won't be any hope.
Oh, and Yami Croft one poanka, made me crack assess Adan and Crankaminko. And I'm a Jama on my trap.
Or more to Abano.
Oh, yes, Anna, or more be no muffin.
Yeah,
Mitna baby no more.
Wow, and as so about Kayensa, Yami in Shantienne and some bebrina ewo, but maybe I'll pick some preliminary comment. Dr. Grace, I want a press conference and Ebi Ebusa, and because I am a key member of this team, you know, Ebi Ebusa there. Why a press conference? Why this team in the first place, Doc? How about Intia?
Former president or set up team the NDC Amenyokuna or yet the biggest political party, one of the biggest or young from the NDC MPP.
Yes.
Wagana. Nti say Asempa about Wagana today COVID-19 or your global pandemic. Neme yashwa mawesi wa China, yediba Italy yashwa, yedifa Spain, yashwa Morocco do abrochina. No ya tete papa nti yen yerka de yentumi yentena ho yenhwe manyama nkodo wa bra enso ye the biggest or one of the biggest political party nto ye yanso ze de ye bafa enwona wa ko school na wonyim de medwumani bi wo yemu former appointees ehwa Ebola bay most ma one managing in Ebola ne bi amba Ghana ha krobese ne yendo ye neighboring countries nya bi jida Ghana the medjuma papa na yen ex president or shema wo ye no onu no hunti na Ebola ne wamba han nto chede yen ye mu no ye wo expect a why the medjuma ni bi da enwa nti sa Asempa aba na yen man for Ghana for asemi aboto ihe na say nda ye hwe 52 nkofo 52 ma ebie na ewu chede yempo yen mortality rate no highest na brochi for one na hwe yen health systems ya wore enyim de baby asam no kodru no health systems no mponye na hwe de yen kasa as Ghanaians kra ne ye live communal living obi wo ha ebusia papa na maame na mbenya wo dadan krum nti yen nankasa yen close proximity ina nyama na yeyen nti ya yen so ba no poka de ye panyimpa na all of a sudden ye baka do memembe nyimpa na social distancing brofa akasi bia hen yer ka won kran enwa dama na ochedo ye NDC amanyuku no wona so dze de ye ba fanyimpa oye ma wonyim de ma DB obi no so wakɔ school na ya boa aban ma widen ejumaye arokodri ya boboa ye the advice ye the expertise ye dwumo po ye bohwehwe logistics baby ode ye de ka won ye da ka won amehwe mo constituency mankasa PPEs ma che mo hospitals ni bi ma che me chips compound ma che me district hospitals ni bi osando ye yanso de medjuma ne beye intina former president otna hono kedo ma men set up team because to them ameken no ikro anema na onye nipa kro no kote na adwen nti ye nyina ye de adwen ba oboboa how to manage Asam Orokodri
baba after that won name them team follow discussions on social media, for example, in traditional media even. Now feedback awaban or ye positive mawana. Ebi akada what ye or ye just politics na woye.
Or ye positive papa in the press conference ye chira wana sede. Yerbe ya wabi. Unyim NDC, unyim MPP, unyim CPP, unyim PPP. Or ibu ya nyina Ghana fun. Ye nyina yet na boat kurum. Sa boatin obesinka ye nyina na yerko obasumi so ye nyina na yerko sise po enwana first bibia na we dem ka kwa abrochi wonya cough mpo na wonya scan na wo private plane wo de kwa abrochi sise wonya wa aka ha nti yerba no so onyim panyin na onyim abofroba na onyim skanyi na onyim hienyi ye nyina hwa abrochi morkodo na ye nyina ye womdi nti se ya ye dem team na nkrofo ye checha wona ase de onye politics asem badom de Ghana narano bibia issue bia no yen media fo waka ho obia yankasa politicians so they don't help one issue bia waye NDC MPP NDC MPP inta simple ba anka yenyina this time pode nya yebo I mean imagine there Ebola abasin na nyimpa on manage Ebola crisis can you imagine them experience na nessa coronavirus aba isn't the first person you call because me a doctor, me a operation. Some operation biba no de me ya. Nemrisha no ye complicated kakana or ye zen kakra. The first thing I made you wonder man yankofu ya waye doctor si waye operation. Wana no nyim de meju meye. Ina ansa na mokwa ni my friend Muruko dam na mudwen but mo hona sa sembi sa yeden me fro mama wa fro na bobom. Enwa dam na wodi buman dam na Ghana fo no yebotum de yemfa de April May hono ya fa yentempe fra na yenhu de a corona crisis wa besena akọ nti yen yeku ne dze hwi ni waye politics yen politics na anyi de owom de yen flag bearer no oye NDC ni a former president John Mahama enwa benyina odwen onyim nyansa na wa frɛ de maramuku no nkrofo bi wo ma woyɛ den wonyim da ma de bi edwuma ya ye bi da nti memfrɛ hon na wombra na womboboa nti me ye and ye ma suggestions ideas eyinum ye nde nti ye fanfa ha wo me ye de nti nde ye press conference ye fe obia ne nwaji ye chechire me chire nkrofo patom de ya NDC MPP ama sa asam ne po bampo na onye de ye ndama na yankasa because questions be ayenye no along the same line na NDC fo na MPP fo but mama kencho coronavirus no global pandemic yeshwe Morisi wa Italy yeshwe Chinese abakara yeshwe sene enwa otide ya hu sene ne da and the movie keeps moving oruko ofi China wabesen ko Italy or Spain this are British what to okro ni yarem South Africa and what to krono mu India once India where how many 2 billion people is 2.5 billion what to krono ni yarem enwa na Ghana ye 30 million na kedo yendi ye beta hwa ye dru baby ankofo 52 wenya yer baby mankofo ebien wewu na ye da hwa na everything is NDC MPP masa mpa won chaw Ghana fo wo me yenje da madin committee na ya setting yenka na won po yenka politics asamda
but enye sure the mere putting together of that committee, set the stage, for them partisan discussion. Because the question about it, okay, countries are wounding from UK to US to South Africa to India. About counting opposition, I form a team. The pandemic, I want to the one suggestions na there about.
Them. Extra British Labour and Conservatives. One of our decisions. Extra America, Democrat and Republican. Donald Trump ne bill not the when original Senate was says will debate one.
Yes.
Bipartisan.
But that happens in Parliament, or near the political party forming another team.
The political party has advisors. Mama Kencho, I'm America. More advocacy. Yes. American College of Surgeons. Yeah, advocacy. Republican Party. What for Nimpa? My advice to. Okay. All we do is yama technical advice to young crofuna walk at na Parliament. We make decisions. Yeah. And it's the same thing. There is nothing wrong with the obibe bisa expert advice. Okay. Onompose obi di chaupo or watch. Under what circumstance, even if the person was your worst enemy, anamobwa, no or mawadjin, no what I die, it will problem, bro. No bring mawadjin, no so nipakrono of your party for free then mean say another and partisan. Nipakrono subeno or woman their party no fun crofon, but one baka partisan some. Import the Western import the chama madanasi because on shower horoba on do one na any there or more expert advice. Them advice abrochi po ba ejuma any NIH. Coronavirus bay mon crofo wa abrochi wa from a mama advice. Nasa mo Ghana and am we skadu. Nasa sama ba. Na mankado am dem NDC nyinti manka kebia. Oda yakasa na yeboa. More constituency, more public address systems. Number educate one on coronavirus. More the PPEs, kakakoma nurses, marker, me church and bisa questions because there's a lot of misinformation out there. In the system. Into my year and the year for public education because this is a baby Ghana year juno. Mobo to wapo any public education. Into yena yemen yanka there if you party for frunti yemboa. Inti masa asaman my politics Mate.
In the Messan Maba because then one of the main speakers no alternative ideas the two granana yete on so na yashe ma owomo oda banfa na wode ye adwuma na yashe Dr. you free answer na medane me ho akwa aba no of course some questions na me busa doc about up a couple of times why the NDC would even put together this team, but from responses or the amano were convinced wana.
Well, my main fa we akwanya isuna minchia asokorini efijazi for.
Also.
Yeah, na offending. Bisian no yedin, but we don't there jogato at top say your matters there. Actually, I am very soft when it comes to women in politics because my mentor Grace Coleman has been a woman, so I'm very soft when it comes to that point. I wish I were, but I don't know that Joe institution. He's an institution. On easy, but I agree with her that we're not going to in the politics. But in terms of the composition of the one group now, idea. Memeji disabia my resource team for NDC MPs. Probably that is more of what it could be, like almost some your resource pool. And also, like almost in every krobimu, into probably almost in a small way, like the way Okano, in her small way, or educating people in the constituency. That makes her very Ghanaian and truly Ghanaian. Now, in terms of Sabia, composition, help the national way because of Ebola. Then minim say bia no or hanomo 2008 na SNL US in our town okay oye there was Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo. Check. The DJ was in Siasari. So what I say, we build institutions. It's not about individuals. It's about institutions. Ghana Health Service is an institution. Into Ghana Health Service now our ho under NDC. President Kufuor home. It's the same Ghana Health Service. In that one so few hono wage hobia. So share for instance Dr. Nsiasare we fi ho Abuaje was director of family health. Abuaje, I knew Abuaje when we were student leaders. Them time no honor this my old lady Odoi Ejako.
Okay.
The wife.
Okay.
They were in the Ministry of Health. We're like 2001 to that area. What regions now no that better directorate.
Director General.
So the institution Ghana Health Service, they managed there even 2 years ago, and the MPP in Siansari, Ebola outbreak again in Democratic Republic of Congo. Obama assurance there, nothing untoward will happen, and there's not going to be politics of it, and the system is robust there. With the support of international institutions, they would make sure no case will be here. It was just 2 years ago. Google and see. Before we even went to World Health Assembly with them, and there was a presentation on Ebola by the team from DRC, and I listened to it because I was in Geneva. It wasn't not the same Ghana Health Service. And I was man or HR under NDC for about 8 years. Or HR under Ghana Health Service. Margaret Lecture, former NDC, one Minister of Health, the wife. Maggie. It's not the same person or HR boss work, Ghana Health Service. So it should not be made to look as if them are DHS now no home some time ago. And our assessor or the intellectual knowledge of those who manage the institution, why a weak and another regime. It is principles, it is plans, coordinated programs, strategies. In the health sector. So the same Ghana Health Service in Orient Nejuma. I think we should have a respect for the citizenry and the law. And the fact that the people's wish is that they have a Ghana Health Service that run clinical, no sense we run a public health system. So let's respect the people. Worry and Nejuma. Ebia one group no obetum wakaye education. Education. Good because you see, in terms of complex emergencies or what we call public health emergencies, like pandemics as this, most at times, or your education will take a lead.
Yeah.
So you need So you need a lot of people, even medical students. I met National Health Student Association of Ghana. I told them, get out there and go and educate. So getting people who are in a political fraternity to come out there will be education there. Oh no, yeah. I think that is okay. For that one, it is just okay. Asempa and also, we'll be more of resource persons on for even their own MPs, just in case they be we hear additional knowledge and research to back up what they give to the citizens. Yes. So really much, and they are welcome. I think obviously they will get to realize in the space there. The Mazin will be realize that warrior they be a radio station place to place. Now to get the people to change their attitude and all stuff like that. I think that is exactly what is but the measures that has been put in place, Satimasi, I my background, not only medicine, I've done economics, I've done public health, I've done public health. All the way in Leeds, we've done a lot of work in Europe, Satimasi. And as I sit here, we are talking about, we should do, I believe, National Institute of Clinical Excellence, UK. I mean, everything you do, evidence-based. You don't just talk. If you only come and talk here, then there's going to be interesting. I'm coming here to do purely intellectual stuff. And I'm happy there. my colleague, also into it. So let's do purely intellectual stuff. It can now show evidence. But obey a subjective there, no turn into politics. That's the point. They make the population of about 30 million. You have cases of about maybe, call it like 52, 2 deaths, and all of them. First of all, without scaremongering, rumors, Nazi, you and myself understand that the first education that was the one group, is to reassure Ghanaians there. If every 10 people, SARS-CoV-2 now, 80% of them is mild to moderate, and there are about 40 to 50% of them are read data. It's there. They recover more. To them, hepatitis infection after 6 months now. Your body system will recover and to work. Hey, your profile IG or a negative. But then if you are 10, there will be some 20% or 25%. I will be called weighing hepatitis. And so I'm gonna the same day. But within 6 months, some people's system overcome it. And because your test no be negative, another person who are home or a positive. So there will be some few people who continue to have chronic hepatitis. That's how the situation is. In your 10 people, 8 of them. Ekosiise On Asempa FM. Of the 2 of them, then fatality among them is about 2%. Satima say that is where I was there. Your bumpy there, pathology studies and all the clinical trials. Obetu something concreter about in treatment and vaccination. Satima say until then, preventive measures is what they have used in China, and I can be able to read American documentation, paperwork published by people who are there in China, led universities who have followed simulation stuff that Chinese have used. In our work there, CCN, Oma CCN, one new cases, or foam, but they predict there is going to become pandemic or outside. And what did they do? Their work is here. So when we get to that level, I will let you read yourself so that we can educate people, and also those in the academia, students, and people can even publish them and cite them because this is current publication journal.
What I want to do is Mekwaba mema Dr. Yensu Dankwade or more alternatives and omodi two jana, but then we can interrogate the alternatives. No, why that's
Dr. Yeshomeni.
Let me announce to our listeners, so a national service personnel away you release Saka from the National Service Secretariat. And in view of the President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's precautionary directives on coronavirus, in furtherance of the scheme's earlier statement requiring public gathering of its staff and national service personnel to be suspended till further notice, and in compliance to the Public Services Commission's circular recommending that all interns, national service personnel, NAPCO officers, and other non-essential staff could take their leave, management of the scheme by this statement direct that 1. All national service personnel are to take their mandatory paid annual leave effective Thursday, 26th March 2020 till the end of April 2020. All newly posted nurses who are due to start national service in April 2020 are also to take the month of April as their terminal leave. This special arrangement replaces the annual terminal leave granted to all national service personnel under the NSS Act 426, which is the last month of their service period. This means personnel will be at post in the last month of national service. Management of the scheme is committed to the safety and welfare of all national service personnel nationwide, and therefore direct all user agencies and national service personnel to comply accordingly to mitigate the spread of coronavirus. Thank you. Signed, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, Executive Director of the National Service Secretariat. Ekosiise On Asempa 94.7 FM. There are so many of your messages here, but let me see if I can deal with some of them. Nafi Minko break Mrani Emetwaso. Why must government invite and sit with a group that call itself NDC COVID-19 technical team? They've made it clear from the get-go that the group is just another political branch of the NDC. So I wonder why they still expect the government to invite and sit with them. The old adage, a baby on its mother's back doesn't know the journey is long. That's from Ni Teiko Tego. We say the press conference today by the NDC technical team was empty. There was no factual or new information. There was no solutions proffered, no direction. It would have been better if they kept mute. We Efri said the name Amegashi. Thank you. And he asked who amongst them was even on the Ebola team. Said Nama Megashi, dear. I don't know. Thank you, my brother, for your message. This one says, listening to NDC's COVID-19 response team speak clearly exposes the propaganda and pessimism of the NDC in trying to use this unfortunate time of COVID-19 but unfortunately for NDC, Ghanaians are descending and witnessing how superbly government is handling this COVID-19 crisis. Let's continue to observe the physical distancing and washing of hands religiously. Regards to Mr. Samuel Apia of FBN, Farouk in Tema, this one says that closing our borders earlier and instituting a mandatory quarantine would have been more proactive. We would have saved ourselves the hassle of mysterious contact tracing to be sure of zero horizontal transmission. Apparently, indecisiveness and delay in taking aggressive measures are the two major factors Italy and China would love to address should the hands of time rewind. Our facilities can't contain any surge, whether horizontal or vertical. The earlier we took drastic measures, the better for all of us. The virus has neither legs nor wings to move from one place to the other. It needs human beings to move. If we stop our movement, we prevent it from moving. And that's from Ahmed Issa Onowo Takwa in the east, in the western region. Ahmed Issa, thank you. Okay. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Good evening to you, Daniel Enezale Daze, host of the Super Morning Show on Joy FM. We say, Obi, good afternoon. So if all opposition parties in Ghana form their own parallel response teams for this outbreak, where would we be as a nation? I checked all over the world. It's only opposition NDC party in Ghana who are doing this. Very sad. Wofa Konongo, Onu, Washington, DC. Ma menhwe enkonkotie we emra meba. There are other messages I make ede amamo. Mididio Saibonso, Dr. Grace Ayenso Dankwa ewo studio Hasanso ena Dr. Ayu Efriye ewaha. Yeah, basi si amonche Ekosiisen so stay with us.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi enwe adwuma ye adwuma song enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gi nanso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne bo den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agya tum Webercol ye CE certified ejumeko Saint Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu ye de Webercol to tiles no a ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina nanso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry nimu. Ye the Webercol 2000 no ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina nanso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry nimu. Ye the Webercol 2000 no ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina nanso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum Webercol ye CE certified edwumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience for construction industry nimu. Ye the Webercol 2000 no ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son. Enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles. Na tiles no efiase A22. Onua waso baye shiro. Tiles a yato awie hu repair works there. Ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo. Tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo. Enkofa cement biara keke. Enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so. Use Weber call fire tiling works. Eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum. Weber call ye CE certified. Ejumeko sen go bain na wo produce wo omanyara mu. Ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Weber call 2000 no a. Ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile ones with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son. Enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles. Na tiles no efiase A22. Onua waso baye shiro. Tiles a yato awie hu repair works there. Ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo. Tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo. Enkofa cement biara keke. Enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so. Use Webercol fire tiling works. Eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum. Webercol ye CE certified. Ejumeko sen go bain na wo produce wo omanyara mu. Ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webercol 2000 no a. Ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile ones with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son. Enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles. Na tiles no efiase A22. Onua waso baye shiro. Tiles a yato awie hu repair works there. Ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo. Tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo. Enkofa cement biara keke. Enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so. Use Webercol fire tiling works. Eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum. Webercol ye CE certified. Ejumeko sen go bain na wo produce wo omanyara mu. Ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webercol 2000 no a. Ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile ones with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son. Enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles. Na tiles no efiase A22. Onua waso baye shiro. Tiles a yato awie hu repair works there. Ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo. Tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo. Enkofa cement biara keke. Enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so. Use Webercol fire tiling works. Eno na wiase afa na nyina agye atum. Webercol ye CE certified. Ejumeko sen go bain na wo produce wo omanyara mu. Ye 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webercol 2000 no a. Ne ato no prekope enya ho mfaso. Open dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi enwe juma ye juma so.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no asoguso a otie no yɛda mu nyina ase ema mu nyina akwaba medin di osai bonsu make say Dr. Grace Ayinso dankwa ewa ha ono ye member of the NDC technical team against COVID-19 inti and omo ye press conference ama yene no edi ho enkomo Dr. Are you free and so member of the NPP, member of parliament for Efija Mampong.
Efidua.
Yes.
Nase.
Efidua. Oh, okay. Mate. And that's in the Ashanti region, right?
It's also in the Eastern region.
Oh, but what the end Eastern region?
Ashanti region.
Ashanti, Okay. Mate. And the doctor, you were free and Etienne and Kano. Dr. Grace, my son Maba who bio. Now, after take us through because the Nkofobe Bra can say the measures are binding the Guaquemu so far. No, what else really could government have done? And then Panan go meet me differently, Doc.
Well, Mama Kende says you were 4th week in the month.
Yes.
2 weeks since our first outbreak. Say, and in the day, there was 27 cases. Ni pay bien away. I mean, for one and see. And pay a sorry, I do 54.
Yes, 52.
52.
Yes.
Enti, my young one in there numbers in or costure. Meanwhile, no, a share. O baby, them more constituency, and I am for Western region.
Yes.
Me. Frontline health workers na Munko Hospital bia wunya personal protective equipment.
All the hospitals.
All of them, all my district hospitals, all my chips compound. Training na odo fi national urbano. Them training po undru in local hospital. Me I'm only talking about me
your
yeah, we are talking about evidence based.
Yes.
Inyamano undri. Training undri. Sikana 100 million a wakada wabakaka fabanu sa yuni. Inti in the 100 million because wabakache and the win 100 million. I mean, menu aji papa. No, because the reason American there me politics. The reason American the BBI PP American. Oh, you sikana what about? Me politics about America the PP in Ponyis can what about? I got to hand sanitizer on your scar. Into my American day. Time no one announce 100, president announce 100 million. Yenwa. Son 100 million man na year kona yakasre 100 million.
You believe that narrative?
But it's true. I don't know what to call parliamenting. No catch them manana yebeji them amount to World Bank. Manana yebeji the amount to IMF. Until nyami in America ya some other ho. But the year can you day? So them sikanumpo ombeya. Ikrobia no word emergency situations are. Or the years give you other way then. Yes, the juma. On Chechebiana early this year was late last year. And I work at the Eurobond $3 billion.
Yeah.
Not 3 billion, what you know more 1 billion, what the tunchande later. What the baka was in Crawford, what did the one cow? What the baka told them a cow on the back. Into them is can order home. Answer na yebokone yaka says do mam 10,000, mam 5 cities, mam 10 cities. Them is Canada what? in the honorable to force yen committee no because he can yet be bibiara. Into yes,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Pa banicho. So no 100 million no be you. So no 50 million no be you. Yenyi dem scan because it's a crisis emergency with the global pandemic. Yenyi na to them America yen video no China. Yen video no Italy. Says a UK yen video in the year kasi answer na mebe South African president Ebris South Africa. Inti Ikrobia so emergency sikebia then Asempa ordinance to do no di nyama because America say Missy Mobo Mercacho de Mishemo constituency me Escado hospital me hospitals ni na wonya PPEs frontline workers nkofaka onyame na misiw Ghana Immigration Service for waka wa throw letter what that to do there one nkofuna wo borders wonya PPEs our friend and district health director a north war say when you find simpona where they train staff on pona wadato enyamano neguchi Professor Kobna Anan or your head of the institute also one capacity nipo or your limited one test materials will be here more one equipment nankasa nipo then other was service Legon pharmacy students, what's the sense of working on the one self quarantine or friend numbers on Yejuma? House officers will reach white letter. Junior officers were doctors were Kolibu white letter. The Wunya in your manner what the bed and or Wobatum wash now what's our boy and my eye then ya manage the situation because and one year frontline workers as some by one no baba extra global statistics are health workers and could say no one infection rate or highest no 9%. Into America say me the minister say mo boda ended that me region be no PP is non-jury.
Bona Walker ended up many advisor to the president on health, Dr. Insian Saridin Komo, not to be here. On account there, PP is no room too. Into our them full gear now. Ebeshe when you have a case, maybe and you're attending to the person a full gear no and some wore the normal one, who face mask, who gloves, nada, then no ebi wo, and on ebi in your crowd.
I mean, be a emergency room physician, health physician. I know the different classes of PPEs. PPEs nankasampo papa narampo ya class 4 na class 6. Because a different materials are what they so I know that information. Mamre catch on day. First class and class 1 was a class 2. Day next in Pombe.
Really? Nose masks now.
No, Mr. Mara na makachi che or mo constituency memo one nose a face nose mask. Papa ni N95 didn't be for particulate aspirator no na say obi wo coronavirus or then enjang humni bina into fibico wenyima on fadin ko wenyim.
Asempa FM.
Nti memory abana kan ya nyame na misi obi areka. Mabo boy institutions a papa ended the TUC. Waka the same thing. Until Biarika the same thing. Mamrican yen can ye de said sika no the wadi the madina yet ase because yen politics. But ye one baby masikan wa or then we to what one sako boom says ya no what emergency relief services. Na ye ria na yakwadwen one day in Kenya waka ni yen den. Wako Eurobond. Unya 3 billion. Yes, see, okay, you know 100 million. We 50 million per ye bed and ye betase. No woman yan fen yen more dear de Sunday, yerba no waba, or do you protect him? My nurses in your hours. More doctor, I mean, volunteer hospitals in Ghana. More hot is a more cra, Sasembis I will to from 2 a.m. Namasra Namoko, Minjiska Minjeshi, or Sunday make it expertise. Namid Medaba mukrum, mamusumu to my mabwa, on your expertise, and the bob one crofo. Nurses nina across board. Ubiasi, wakumetu. Nurses and midwifery a council, wakasa. TUCFO, wakasa. Junior doctors, wakasa. My friend and house officers were rich, wakasa, rich hospital, no yen big hospital na. Wakacha in the Asempa no yen na yen kwa one. One of doctors were host when you PPEs. I don't know a minister of information or also order or rubber. soon. The word that we're using is soon. Ochodo Oriba Dachi.
This week.
Into this week, Yansa Baka. This week, Abada. In this week, in the Tuesday this week. And now Wednesday this week. And now Thursday this week. And now Friday this week. Which this week is this week? Into Mayaka, into Yan committee, Mayaka in there. Answer no obotwan madam scan if baby abana yeka session. Sika no da one woman be na use.
That was one suggestion
from the committee. That is one suggestion from our funding because everything is based on funding. So in the end in yeka sepia na yenyiska yediba ya se na yaka sakwa.
Okay.
Inti yankasa ya board there kwa hana kwa sika na won fe bi na fe ye edwuma na eyen. Second one onye there them scan to PPEs, ebotum da mancrof, ebotum da to hand sanitizer, ebotum da to PPEs. Ewa, ebotum po exama NCC if na din because I'm in my constituency mo around NCC if one more public education. But extra one worker now we using. Na extra one equipment na ukita na ebeka da why that okakra. Ami mo huni mi di menu huni. Ewa, inti dem microphone a resource one because what is the public education on here? So we need the tools to do the public education. Local district assemblies once one row nadmo wo enwa inti dem nkofo nyaane nyina ye baka se pii de we no yesikasam inti ya cho bebeska wo. The second one in there ekade social distancing in a kasa pii in a hand washing na your friend then lockdown or be eventually because baby Ekrobia house started the marching lockdown aba in the South Africa one announced, UK one announced, India where 2.something billion. Today they're talking about the lockdown. Inti eventually no obeden lockdown no obaba. Na lockdown no banasa ami meti ifie. Na mi fie no moko public toilet e lock me down one mi fie na e lock me down one. Mo mi ye ekunaye yemba nan ye nya ye dempa do form empa ye da to form ye da do wadan kurum. Ipie asarpo nyi wo ye pie akor. Ye social distancing non or ye no he. Enwa trotro obi trames ma yetna ye hu trotro. Social distancing no chadan wo trotro. Majority of young of offer trotro. Eko zongos. Eko amime crass eko crassy p. Social distancing in pobrofun podoso. Na kaka che one day 1 year social distancing. Into education no and how ye did them information about call. Now other ye one tools. They ye kada trotro social distancing na fitting there kono trotro bia on for X amount of nimpa kanum because at them one guidelines. Enwa ewo ko won san wia na katina trotrom no bi chia ne nya ya afefe da. What is the point in social distancing? So we are giving them tools that wobotum what they use na in some na work can what the vimasha say. Enwa what the substance what that share in some na say because I mean make cross and why the brofu pide. Nti mu kompa me use social distancing asem. How are locally no me the motu ma bo one.
Yeah.
Kasha kona ewufia ma womba no wonder cell and I wonder pad wonder veranda no do na wo kasha dem so what the pad mpo wo eyimpa ma wonder pad na inde bohwehwe mosquito net ama won enwa na say mo mosquito net na ma distribute mosquito net because make ka mosquito net so others kana wodo koto na amobo nti damenya man na nye social democrats ye care about the ordinary person and na year my ideas on how enwa dem nkrofo no ye bobo hwan na ya ma hon substantive things a wo be ya obama bofu ya yer ka wonkrani wa translate to a nti yen mo Dr. Zenata Rollins on the topic in no fair ye research ye the evidence scientific evidence papa ye de to ho
on na ne alternative to the need. For example, say trotro why crowded are also abanonya then
Fende trotro crowded mu pina wo for trotro also there or the yema guidelines there trotro bia yen by now no GPRT yeah well average amount of because trotro buses now the same type of buses most of them so into yenyim da bus could be an capacity and find 50 people enwa or the to me okay social distancing the amount of space na ye no into be fitting on fine 20 people but so for 20 people the nisika no why then Unya sikana indi dunya because indi da not for 50.
Yes.
In there's on for 20.
Yes.
But there's on for 20. No, the social safety net be as shasi because extra bruchira, extra UK, extra America, extra South Africa now. What was social safety net? Sami ye juma wa bruchina wakade will lock them down with fear. Missy Kana what the bama what the bama ikrobi po France. Since I was obiani rent po abana bafa. One jay rent nutia. Ne dan ne sikano rutia mortgage na rent no. Abani bofa because I catch one day mama won kwejuma. Na mama won kwejuma woka fiska wa hi. Na bosomsa with any rent.
On all these difficulties and intina banse this call for lockdown, or they but yes tagan because the people it will affect, doors on dodo. You cannot just get up one day and bam, it's a lockdown.
We are not advocating for lockdown now.
Okay.
We are advocating that eventually there's going to be a lockdown.
Okay.
Whenever is abana on this side in the day obey in the lockdown. But yenyim there based on biology, na science no. Yenyim there the man say me den obaba. But how obaba na one time will be decided no ya abanin the but ye catch there. Say jinjembiara asamane ba. Ansa na yebodo one. Yen start there ye chire nyimpa no. Enwa na yen first class unto de e ka cha trotro driver there on from crofo 20 wa bra first no from crofo 50 o de yen sike bi e support
no no ye wo dem sika na
yes one ka for 1 billion nti na ye de yen ye de finances to one because am ba na mabaka da mase na bi send the menye sika won na menyim bebia menye sika na so na o che da mombu amu na da mombu obia nipa American sam na chen for mombu an but this time no mara ma akwohwehwe sika na baby oyo me da acho the sika na o sha ha kona kofa na yen da menya me nyama nso America no man kan vague and a global. American specifics. America then when our public toileting, you make sure there, the Veronica bucket is yama hunsu, yama hand sanitizer, equa toilet, who wants one son call. The situation of our public toilets. Into yama one specific ways I be able to continue public education.
30 minutes.
Oh no, 30 minutes. Now,
specific way we will continue public education. Into young committee needs. I mean, me feel there, regardless of my uncle and my colleague or seniority. There is not or you good papa. Stand obi mo nya obi work and then obi trena adwena na nyansa mpa wa abo.
Yeah.
Nyansa di obi mpo nyi wo be refuse. Refuse nyansa na oche de wara mpo na awu mo na jama nyansa na we nyi bi because enyim nyansa pa na obi mo nyansa sam na obi hwe we kira mo no so fa ha adin ka me de fa ha kakra ncho ya abobo na nyipa kro no waye. Ina Ebola virus say nyipa kro Ghana Health Service pon wo deal with it. What is wrong with impenyufuna na wo abanu at the time na once when you been what the one idea baba because ikrobia wo frame penyufu na all health services American College of Surgeons I'm on the board they have called all of us for advocacy
during this period
because Ekosiisen
On Asempa
inti mayer kanye de enye politics ye bobo aban ma aban ben hia bia na ye botuma ye bobo an advice abadi time sooner logistics in Poyembo na ya chen bebe sika mpo sha obaka ka fada ye dwuma no you feel there or a win-win situation for all of Ghanaians.
Sisi ana me yehu one specifics no mean say colleague Dr. you were free doc clearly they did not just come to talk as a omo bibi omo nine esi so
but adia okay politics now what can politics throughout me who what who can we no akofa left do and the right no wa na ten no share abuano de red me corner book ten around they be walandim in the yankanesa no look you can't talk about like Ebola and you talk about Ghana Health Service enyimdefo na enyimdefo I want her to understand. Ghana Health Service, no, the institution is an implementing institution. I want her to understand again and again. The institution of like Ghana Health Service, or you're permanent, or you're established, or one officers. One I know what 10 years ago. One man a year So what you say? In Ghana Health Service in SSI. So what you say? Ena say omu team no eye sebi eye advisor omu fa penicrata no omu show no omu fa homa interministerial committee omu pekrampo a the some person mu chair say omu members say one committee ni so parliament sebi omu so ni hazobia enti sa na omu person mu chair dia o de monchro na monfa because the members were last week members no ebi omu brief mu ye na mo so adwuma na mo ye no. The people have voted for your MPs, and your people are representing them. And more MPs know on the health committee. Omar Frey, Minister of Health, last week, Wednesday, said, come, our people want to know something. In fact, that meeting, it was consideration of ranking, and the chairman, and he agreed, said the good people of Ghana want to know. Into more committee, no remember, money Juma in isolation. Money, more team members in our parliament, no money Juma. No mo mamo update kakra. Onza. Enti se money omo ye adwuma na omo mamo update a. Anka nyama bibo a wo ka no. Say abroche de wotina to de bia. Na good living o baga na readjustment na yede. Chale. The people have voted for their MPs. And more MPs no sit on the health committee. First of all, don't undermine mo committee adwuma no. It looks like more person more undermine. More MPs now. The people have vested the power in them to speak and to act on their behalf. So we be last week. Last week, you know, it's simple. Omo friend minister betina ho no.
Yes.
Minister ma omo tiase. Na ya me hu se omo so mo te board ne so na omo ntumi anka nkire omo. The minister be kan. You say PPEs o training o logistic deployment o initially no na ye wo specific centers ye dey isolation me wana and almost see ya looking at the fact say amanfo na etutu kwan ba no ebi call in and out cross country they see ya no the expanded operation centers no I'm a regional directors of health services obi na ye chairman of the region excuse me and oma district ni na e create omo isolation centers. Now, almost PPEs and co there. Jamaica Roma, the multilateral agencies, bilateral ones, no. EDB Amayenti, ye distribute, and it is true. Last week, Kakrano Muono, almost distribute here. Mind you, a disposable. One kasa wusi kana wa channel. A buy a release close to about over 3 point something million. And at World Bank. So share omo fund now. Omo war program funds, but omo AGB abeka modian because they are supporting all sort of middle income to developing countries. So what you say? Until they are going to procurement. And almost also can say even in terms of World Bank there, omo relax omo procurement. Until omo pono part no, tell them what you want and they will bring it faster. But faster no pono. So what you say? And now I'm admit say the whole pressure of order me wo hospital na clinics my orders as I speak to you. Meet me am one me personal conversation with me supplier or say me order na me ye no. There are a lot of country orders. And the amount pressure is on them. And you know me dey ketu ampo na me dey be me patients no. I was fight you omo. And the understanding is that minyan is here. I want to cite on the way and your theory. What theory now we relate one kasa dia will go through. Now they are related to abine. Now one make a lot of sense to the people. But what theory now what can brofak has here. Now one related to the ordinary way here. It doesn't mean that you understand the thing. So we'll share what I went through. I want you to understand what me this morning 3 a.m. Now I'm going through one for what? For my own entity. A collection of all of them. A collection of all of them. And there is a lot of problems in delivering orders because Obiaje from same source. Minister Kachira will say, "Oh my order." Into I was say ba. Into say, "Am I na say obetna ha na say also won politics na obeka amana ye First of all, what is your impression about this man himself? President Oshati Odan, what is your opinion?
Master, are
I'm asking you.
No, throw it out. He would respond.
Intellectual argument. And I'm Miami space.
Thrown it out. Obe noti, and then he would respond. Yeah.
Okay, pay me space no. Mate, pay me space. Ayo, Mate. My family space back. Yeah. At the end of the day, what else can be done? Once we group in your political groupie, now can wait me on my who say, oh, in Shishayana Modia to Hon Money, if be a public education here, STP up, journalists, STP up, health workers, STP up. And I buy Nankasano, almost briefings near Monia and Omaka, President Oka, the core objective is now block import, contain the virus, treat to those who are ill. So what you say, close borders. Oh, okay, any dear papa no akano, a year, yes, to say, and no evidence based, say, imported cases, interbe close to all the imported cases, and it is true. So we share all the cases now. Omo bedru Ghana ya, omo da omo quarantine. Look at the incidence of positive cases in the normal quarantine. As of omo ya test here, omo blood sample aba. So the decision to close the border was good. Maintains Oma can say, oh, President, why you are there? That decision was bold and that decision was
almost it should have come earlier.
It should have come earlier. Sorry, not to two or them. It is evidence-based practice. What is the decision? You are working with technical people. And Nana Akufo-Addo, he is the director of public health. So that's here. And you be Dr. Sak Hodie, is he not a technical person who is there, who is working? You have technical groups. Asamoah Ba, are they all not coordinators on the program? Are the Nyansa ewo Bakufo team? At the end of the day, decision Momo Diano enye eye tainted. Political advice e odwa me memfa. Ampa sa group we there memfa. Me say Momo specialized to give support to NDC MPs. Already, Marobishim members on the health committee. And I agree. You have told them, said they have nothing to do on
member no committee.
They have rubbish that, but now our ranking member anyone come brief you from where? Because our theory. My many don't carry your theory. Yeah, to one most solve problems. Omo catch now. The Oma here.
Oh, but our colleague Kaisel Atoforsen, Kasaneka say more pesika. Ready sika.
Catch and say 1 billion. I could to ya omu take or pay. And that onion ho. Kaji atuzo or committee member or finance. Messi onion ho. So I just onion ho. Now on my casa. Now Erica about $100 million. Obey your politics. Or him for while I make government or $100 million. Or government or $100 million. I'll be catch you say $100 million is not at heart on you of Ambra. Some moko no muchabi. Munche heavy away. Moko and some mujabi. So as entities are watch that. And na ekomo edi na we ntimi mponya receipts and yep payment no what you say I convert short term bonds into long term treasuries na skyrocket so what you say obi here ni yom ka say simple massa let's move on and back to it.
Now from everything aben aye in our fight against COVID-19 we say in every step of the way we take right decisions
a practical a calm approach a decision making based upon evidence in terms of all these PPEs, all the things that we need. When the procurement goes through, not this week, it is by next week. Open say, okay, practically, the what the government has put in, good. Now, share the literature I want you to read. Group no minim what evidence based. I think that they are working on subjectivity. They have to speak opposition, so they are speaking. What they are what researchers have done in China. Now really be Masa Obia research how they to let's cite what is current. Current research.
I've said I quoted specific evidence.
Research journal I be research agenda na you can publicize. Oh, have you published it?
No,
have you published it?
Hospital.
I am telling you how to go about it because yes, it's precedence. You claim that you understand what is handling public health emergencies, and you don't understand that. You look at what somebody has done. You see where you are talking theory. I didn't cut now broche for there was some now. Let me say broche now what to know. Who settle here? Oba or settle here.
Okay, let's do it one after the other. Dr. Grace, monue no ma ba ho. Ai, owi no ma ba ho.
Tell enu nie.
Doctor, are you? Yes.
Enu nie. I don't know. China for.
Yes.
Because say ye ma amanfo ehun publication way. Na one cite all references. Na wahwe conclusion.
Okay.
Na wo hu how obi ye no a. Odi ye no obi esua e ma osu ehun se sua bibi. Eye de e fa ho. Woni ti ha no mu say. O kan say na on Asempa social distance and then ye. So would you look at the glass always as half empty or half full? Now you look at a group of people who are working together, the transport ministry, the local government ministry, they've given all the instructions to the DCs, the MMDCAs, MMDAs, Obia, top variable market, Omuto, soap, sanitizers, Bibia, marketplaces, even associations. Because in probably no quiet decision of market. Now, so what you say, you would not respect the traders or the people who you are doing for. What I say, that's why the president called them. Because you have to respect the people you are even doing for. So what I say, at the end of the day, no, we are talking to them. You cannot just go and tell GPRT, you say, Musit, no, and then Hulusu Bakokra, and Yafe, into the social distancing tea. A 4-seater, and the money tray. There be one yes, sir. You should have to. What say? Oh, can't you worry?
Alternative, there's a stimulus package. And I'm fan support.
America not or America bubble. Oh no, oh the America buffer no America exactly, tell her
live action.
Yes, stay by plan and we run by plan. Say I say, what the America shut down, close that, big English, no much hot. So I say, at the end of the day,
for some time.
Oh no, but still you're disoriented. No, you're disoriented. Oh no. Oh, just say I'm for argument. Oh, you are just interrupting. I thought you were speaking. I left your space. Made your own space. No.
I'll give you the time.
Before he goes ahead, he needs to stop the personal attacks.
Noted.
Missy, you have to land. You have to land.
Noted. I get you.
Sorry, sir. Also,
I get you. In the morning,
I can't believe you. How can I believe you? I cannot believe her. Let me come believe him.
Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Merba, Mate. Ma menye we mi are doc into mame some few minutes.
They start insulting
you. Dr. Grace, I also dankwa nyabote. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Bank of Africa.
If you can comprehend
English. Munya botre. Okay. I'll do this and I'll come back.
February ready. Go to the edge or dangaza. When ninja our Independence Day special offer you a free and now.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webercol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webercol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webercol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540-123-533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma wani gina nso bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase A22 onua waso ba ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works there ne boy den krasin se ne awoto ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webercol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agi atum Webercol ye CE certified adwumako Saint Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye 350 years experience experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webacol to tiles no a na ato no preko pe enya ho mfaso. Open the dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webacol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webacol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webacol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webacol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agi atum Webacol ye CE certified ejumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye wo 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webacol to tiles no a na ato no preko pe enya ho mfaso. Open the dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webacol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webacol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webacol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a yato awie hu repair works de ne boy den krasin se nya wo to ne foforo tiles papa biara hia akade papa a ebetum esomu hie prekope afebo enkofa cement biara keke enti na Weber de quality tiling solutions abadwa so use Webacol fire tiling works eno na wiase afa na nyina agi atum Webacol ye CE certified ejumeko Saint-Gobain na wo produce wo omanyara mu ye wo 350 years experience for construction industry ni mu. Ye de Webacol to tiles no a na ato no preko pe enya ho mfaso. Open the dodo afre 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
The completion of your beautifully designed house and costly project is worth celebrating. But wait a minute, your tiles seem to be popping out. Redoing poor tiling can be 3 times more expensive. Your beautiful quality tiles deserve quality tile adhesive to hold them in place and not just cement. At Weber, we provide you with the complete tiling solutions and grouts. Use Webacol, the globally accepted tile adhesive for all your tiling works. Webacol is CE certified, produced locally by Saint-Gobain with over 350 years in the construction industry. Tile right and tile once with Webacol. For bulk purchases and distribution, call 0540 123 533.
Weber, we care.
Adansi ho adwuma ye adwuma son enti se wotimi si wodan hwie a wo ho kwan se wo ma weni gina so bibia nya tete se wosi wodan atomu tiles na tiles no efiase etutu onua waso be ye shiro tiles a
station man in the hair me pesemiti Asempa FM pop spot man in the hair me pesemiti Asempa FM
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
Master Prayer Honey Honey na mutie Asempa 94.7 FM te say e ka prayer na wajiso ewu bia fie
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no waso guso a utie no medin rio saibon so make say doctor you free e wa Dr. Grace ayen so dan kwai wa in some 6 minutes it will be 6 p.m. meba doc na Dr. ayu free no na no SC na ansa na no Bank of Africa se me fan to manim se open bank obebo am watre odwumedi a wudie mu a Bank of Africa join their business transformation train na wonso adwuma mu into me emie from 0302 249-960. Woko one branch biara omubitimi abwa ewo saa kwan so. And there's a cancer treatment pa na wo pe Ghana hadie a Sweden Ghana Medical Center SGMC one cancer center solid. Prostate cancer in men, breast cancer, cervical cancer, and all other cancers. There's a head and neck, stomach, liver, kidney cancers. Ni nyina ukwa ombeshew. Combinations ne doso chemotherapy, brachytherapy, radiotherapy. Ni nyina adi omuyebi. So we are not member ECG staff. Untriashe sa uko eko receive treatment. Sweden Ghana Medical Center. And if 0262 253-328 0262-253-328 na only one enkodi enkomo mo pe asase ato my own house e won sase gauduma se e na pokwase ablekoma road we ensase egu kwan ho Oma 70% down payment. They are spread the akanama. Utia 70% na utimi kwashe wajuma asye and build that dream house. Intinya sasi amanso bien who are documents ni na ayakrado. Fre 0266 422 304. Na one my own house into me. Any enkomo insuo a obenom so ya wake purified drinking water kasapreku insuo o de abadwa so eno no insuo a wonom ana wo boa enuano me wo cardiothoracic center e wo kolebu intipe awake na enom ye ka about boosting your immune system said ye be ya redom ubetimi agina no no e wo say ope Gilligold Pharmaceuticals in real wo dwa so ne be wo gidi power syrup and capsules a druid for male vitality utimi jina onai so kama gidi malen so kutia malaria gidi cool air constipation piles waist pains and menstrual pains and gidi on Asempa FM modra and your Mango Tree Avenue or Asylum down 0268 988 00 na only one in the encomo. Remember, Doc.
Yeah. Okay, so
let's stay on the
just to get you clear with government work and how it's good. And to say, and what we need to do is the individuals or the citizens, behavioral change is very important in terms of crisis at stage. Well, yeah, but me to see a sooner buy because you can say a sooner buy. Na say you're part of the preventive measures. And one kasanoma, ya kasa esote eba from. You say hand uses sanitizers. You say you use some yensa. So what you say? You say MMDS ni na no omombua. Na yenya bi wo market, yenya bi wo baby bia obi ebepie e wo fie e wo krom. Na yetimi abro yensa bra no manema aye internal maye. So what you say? And no aye grounded in literature. And I'm say so we share research we are. I want to cure something. Especially, there's a mindset of some people in Ghana going towards lockdown, which is not the way to go. And first of all, me per se, I'm for your calm.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Your malaria, ekoyendi dada. Your road accidents, high-end dada. Yes. Your stroke, diabetes, comorbidities are a mumpo asebi, unya infection we are, and one point the bit me kuntem. So I just here. Into yamma form Senipa 10 ya 8 year mouth to moderate. About 5 berry cover crown so nyabi. Sa 2 no ti yamma form. Nemom yen suban aban eche no, and no na se o kind literature na eche wo say social distancing, hand washing, sanitize, and one kasa no. Ebetumi amasa nipa dumpo e wo se munya bia enkono nya ba kopa na benya. That is, it can reduce spread over 90%, and I will show you the document here. And almost say China no omo hu say epicenters no lockdown there enya kra because social distancing nankasa ebetumi a cure, and we should be hasting slowly. Of course, in na ye we want to protect your family, your ma, your nananom, your dofo, and until definitely no ye perceive your ma aban move several steps, but enye sanity here. And yes, sanity. Yentu your boss.
About Wuhan, a very critical. No, the city was locked down.
Exactly. Inti it was. It was. Inti no. So what kind of side we are kind? Which literature now? Which heading now? Now my conclusions now.
Okay, into your say that's the abstract. No?
Yeah, just the study.
Yeah. Okay, the impact of social distancing and epicenter lockdown on the COVID-19 epidemic in mainland China, a data-driven SEIQR model study.
Yes.
And some kind abstract now said the outbreak of coronavirus disease, which originated in Wuhan, China, constitute a public health emergency of international concern with a very high risk of spread and impact at the global level. We developed data-driven, susceptible, exposed, infectious, quarantine recovered models to simulate the epidemic with the interventions of social distancing and epicenter lockdown. Population migration data combined with officially reported data were used to estimate model parameters and then calculated the daily exported infected individuals by estimating the daily infected ratio and daily susceptible population size. And Omoma date, as of January 1st, 2020, the estimated initial number of latently infected individuals.
Exactly.
Okay. And we found that earlier epicenter lockdown. You know, we found that earlier intervention of social distancing could significantly limit the epidemic in mainland China. The number of infections could be reduced up to 98.9%, and the number of deaths could be reduced by up to 99.3% as of February 23rd, 2020. However, earlier epicenter lockdown would partially neutralize this favorable effect because it would cause in situ deteriorating, which overwhelms the improvement out of the epicenter. To minimize the epidemic size and death, stepwise implementation of social distancing in the epicenter city first, then in the province, and later the whole nation without the epicenter lockdown would be practical and cost effective.
Fantastic. Now epicenter chese yare na bana ekun krofo na ewo bebre no bebi a habo a efi amanfo de kɔ no a ehu a obi ayem hyehyɛ na amanfo wu a asɛm ne si hɔ no mo no a obi abefa free hɔ no ɛhɔ Ghana yeduru hɔ enumpo na ɛyɛ basa no Asempa FM already further down omo kyerɛ wo sɛ omo use
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
omo sesa omo ankasa omo suban omo nye conscious with washing sanitizers and all of them no. And China says here no any new cases no almost susu say almost January to February almost susu say come March and February be call other countries so I say into what kind further almost see who at their mouth say lockdown there and yet the last in conclusion or call the 14th page and yet the last one into I'm coming to the society. Adum TV and I'm some of the arguments by the host. I am trying to use the platform. Say young country Ghana for say according to what you read. Also say we use social distancing. We share the obesho ankasa ho so ye no. Ebe ma yare no ayede infection be drop over 90%. And even ewuo no eso beti. And no na the best. Na yen focus on eno more than what is lockdown. So me fa wakwanya yi so e dia magana fo hu say yenya botre equipments are here president adaroma wa import to be bebre eba enche bia ye be chichama all district regional centers
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
expanded operation centers and they will all and it will be reorder what establish contact with your suppliers into why you're standing orders are the first one on a delay because all these things were last week into they say next week in here excuse me this week into say nyame your pay na say start ba na yankasa yanso no to say GPRTUs no wo Ghana hani na no ye betimi abo aban a because Minister of Transport on your mo kasa morning tiase e wo say wonya sika enso say wo hwere obi nkwa at the end of the day life lost is irreplaceable intino do wo say wonya sika no so wo be sacrifice in about a month or two na matimi aye de omoni omo kana because prekope sika ni ho no mo betimi di ama transporters prekope yentimi enye de sabi wo kwamo nanimpo a meka wo other program anopano omo wo unemployment benefit aye ka say lockdown po a wotifi a obetimi asiki ana obetimi asose welfare e develop yen ni bi And when you know, we should hasten. But any slow, not I just a Ghana for your war, Black Star war, or be a coach. But at this point, the leader is a president.
Ekosiisen On Asempa based on the Mekan, question na me person me busa and it's China started initially because Wuhan eventually was locked down. And he said if we have that example of the lockdown and also prove to be very successful, now say year start here. Do we start from baby or more start free year later? Do you buy into London? I say yen here from lockdown.
At this point in time, we should. I was say we'll identify all your risk groups.
Okay.
What else? Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll call WHO. We'll call HASEA. Inti we'll call plan health emergencies.
Yeah.
Or more stepwise approach.
Okay.
I will say you follow as a country.
Okay.
So what you say.
Okay.
Obiya ni sena obe analyze it. None the technical people.
Advice. Okay.
You can copy, but you cannot copy blindly.
Yeah.
Look at your situation. Say, oh, per se, oh, yes, shut down one. You understand when we say community infection. Where unim bebia, wa unshia ubia, wa untu kwine. After all of a sudden, ebia sebi, semikromoa na epiepie ho.
Yeah.
Yes. That is where it's
And
indicated
then
immediately.
Ekosiisen
But at this
On
point, you will
Asempa
not there. So
FM.
let us hasten
slowly.
Omwa, if you are manonia, most of the cases, you quarantine. It be abesin echo. So when you have the RDTs, rapid diagnostic
test now,
the ombeyan say, omobefa all the risk groups.
Now, your test will be
health workers to contact tracing to immigration to all of them. So what I say, no, on my hotel almost say I better drive-thrus every region, almost set centers to encourage because you can force them. So what I say, so at the end of the day, you will be able to at least make most contacts available to test. So what I say, and then I am of the hope. Say you bet me I keep you but then shot for a period. Now, all my positive cases, yet me
attract you more.
Now you manage cases now. Obviously, yes, we may increase because it may be going up because already you have fast samples of many of them.
Yeah.
So we should be expecting some increases. But the good thing is that we did not even give them the opportunity to enter.
Mate. Doc, my nurse and I mean, Dr. Grace.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Dr. Grace, I am so down a member of the NDC's technical team against COVID-19. Doc, it's a colleague, and the good news for us, the one you now were medical doctors into what in Koma Yedi Ase. It's na eshe the research AOMA coming from China, Wuhan, which was until Italy, in our epicenter. It makes sense. I can research na.
Masa, Bibia I am there. One can say can want some no evidence or refute as some you are using one research, and you are them researching ya day for China. Yadako Italy, Yasha, some will see with Italy. Yadako America, you want some will see with America, Yako Spain, says I do South Africa, Ghana, Yan committee. No, you review them literature in it's not one literature that we are using to make these recommendations. At the one literature, and at the time, what China for one was shots and some one funny serious. No, yeah, West and we and son a war lockdown. Into lockdown, no, Mama one yet. Yan committee didn't even recommend lockdown.
A lockdown.
Yes,
not even a partial lockdown.
Yes, it's inevitable because we have seen this before. We saw it in China. After China, what year more working in I 1 year lockdown. Every day article is not what it said.
Yeah.
They've done the lockdown. Italy started almost the same. One Gen Papa, then one will try eventually. Why then will lock down? South Africa will lock down in there. UK will lock down. Indian may recommend in your day. Lockdown. Eventually, no, it's inevitable. Chade or baba at some point, and one will be decide. A ban will be decide the time obey. But answer a lockdown in baban. One my the minya me. hand washing, social isolation. Nan sama yer Kenyan and the yajatum papa because he is a scientist. Nowhere have we refuted hand sanitizer, hand washing, social distancing. I'm me mo constituency me see mako ikroni nyina za me teacher anyin. Only them in man because onu na ye was say able to
are they not things government is also doing? Abanonye them adena.
On America there. Yeah, no, yeah, support abandon. We are not contrary. So I don't even know why he's personally attacking me for stating a fact or talking about facts. And Asempa so
Ekosiisen On Asempa
example on the ground. Munka for China example numbu. Mo for Maramo constituency azam de menwa den mehu. Mu ni a menka. Asem science no da one chede. Social distancing, hand washing, hand sanitizers, cleaning our own environment, personal hygiene. Daminyama no beden oboboyen. So he doesn't have to repeat that to Enyen. Mayer Kanye day. So dam no da aban oya. O wada na no akazika. Inti sebat na nende yedru day 50 nkwofu 52 manyi nkwofu ebie ne wachedanyen Ghana yen mortality rate nipo it's higher than the average world mortality rate because 1 year 4 e calculate den yedru nkwofu 19 na ekruwi and I say yedru 54 na nyipa ebie ne wa ochedanyen yen mortality rate e bakada ma owo world average. This is evidence based from Chinese them study ya kana ma wa abrodo. I've been studying it for 1 month ago. When I started America Day, one my disease here because here follow trend. We are watching. It was a live show. Disaster management. We were more particularly interested. Dissect China and I yankita study by radio read them studying. We have studied different countries and how they managed it. Na yer kade yend no nkode ye sha sentem but ye bodu be ye wo enwa yan sha sentem. I mean me feel that we're almost 4 weeks late but ye do be ye want me then my ye boko ye bedi ye boko ye nyim onu na advice na ye direma ya reassure public ni nya de enyen NDC for na group na President Mahama we choose na me ide ye mboa no ye no reassurance and na ye jitsu tumusu de say you educating crofona an educated person with in that particular or your power you give them the power to manage it into yen the public education don't na ye gudu yen committee no ranking members okay ye parliamentarians if him ranking members wo yen team no do honorable Alex Befia no ye Minister for Health. And she said, Dr. Nsiasari, no, a director for Ghana Health Service. No, the Minister of Health, no, kada. Etasa. Inti yesi. Demu kofuni na no wajintre ohia. Obebwa. No one is refuting the things about inyama yerke and other yerche. But yeribwa yema aban more recommendations there. Say kadamin semia or practical implications were on the ground. Ewa, inti mutona adina mutona nkati. Na ketchem de isolate him. And I mean catch them and wana ana them sika me loosen me kafanda one. Them practical implications. Na yan on them there nyimpa na wo Ghana wan sam fire ho. Ami me besia mo abedai. Nti nyama fam ho me doctor nso. Enwa, and I hear my advice today. And some na hear can or practical implications. Anyway, na was on the men bedjuma for 2 weeks. And you won't joke on how how inti our real life face nipa nenyim wo and some year Kenya nature our family implications our social implications if you are or your sofu nature per esma monko. Etasa into our social implications no na year my advice there them nyimpa or your softness in the moment chapel for 2 weeks and all the year way be to manage them situation no.
Is it one understanding there these are not things the government team is considering? One consider them adena.
What consider pa ye the gaps be wo.
Okay.
Into them gaps in the pede you fill with research-based, evidence-based information.
Recommendations. Okay.
Everything we say is highly research-based. It's not based on one article from China. Meanwhile, Chinese articles in where 10 or and we've read all 10 of them. And we've gone to Italy and read the Italian evidence and the publications. And we've gone to Spain and we've read Yakin can Spain for one recommendations. Yako UK, Yakin can want it. Yako South Africa, Yakin can want it. Into Yakin can nina. I'm not holding it, riding around, banding it on my phone. Yakin can them my advice in the gaps na identify no. So be more advice. There, kodam kwani na wechira chaka kanti senke fandama nkoya. I mean, me feel there on your bon.
One question I'm pede mubusa on the there. For every decision government has taken ever since
Ekosiisen
outbreak,
on Asempa FM.
What has been wrong about a ban decision? What do you think there? Dema did no on your papa. What has been wrong about the decisions?
Young the decision be wrong.
Okay.
Again, let me reiterate as my mom bohobio.
Okay.
Young the decision be wrong. My can you de decisions that you make is and call you starting time.
Or down here
shasin time only year number 1. Number 2 ni de Ghana funny now be an accomantony because you're bob.
Okay.
And one some for you into your bob ne aban widen one manage the situation.
Asempa FM.
Oh, you proud to baby now the logistical help in your ye the buyer boa ma waye. Ye refuse to be yanka the why be abon or ye a boy ye drop one
complementary
name mom seba neba kade a friend and frontline worker me a nurse mo if yan kwanta na them we sca the hospital na me jahona mini pp ya nurse there obinya coronavirus suspected case mpa na manka face ni pakon without the PPEs na nurse na some fayen doctor no hospital na some fayen nyimpa obehia patient no abo na no na some fayen dem microphone na Ghana phone na oba impact one na yepede protect there's a PPEs nembe ya say ye do 52 ya no ya sam inti dem ske odaho instead ye botwan and anyama ya ye kre what's over this week or how many more days to this week daben information papa or ye actionable second over Thursday ya na bia Wednesday no motuma kwhwehwe me de kakra wo mo garage me dama me hospital for na wo men actionable information me yer kanyin yanka da waye bibi bon yes wan sha sentam but yedu bebe yedu Ghana phobia na komantoni yem enye ne yeboboa information bia ye wo bia ye de baba adwena ye wo ye de baba yan hoden ye de baba ma waye nti enye nze ye nye obi enya asam
with real experience in a crisis management say a rate aban response in this crisis period ebema wana hin over 10
I mean come on 5 out of 10
5 out of that's 50%.
Sunday in a crisis situation, no, from what I know about crisis management, say overreact sometimes the first time.
Yeah.
Enyima obwa sin underreaction.
Okay.
And we saw this happen in Italy.
On Asempa FM.
Wenjenzi. Ewa ebekada na wonye show nkofo 5 bipe na obenya ewa statistics we all know the statistics there if 10 people get it 80% will be mild and only 2% will because the mild in the enyima yesua ma wabreyen nti yenya education on that but when Italy for when Genzi nti ehun how we manage no ehun different countries na how we manage na yer kade for us, no, sometimes abrofo will be the advantage of a late start. Ewa, sha symptom, obi sha sansa na yerba, but ebusua nyipokro ne experiencing. Ewa, na ezaiden ezebu, ada solve our soul problem. And to say there, to sit in this whole woman say there, Chinese for no one sha symptom. Into what shall say now when jeans in a water one guarantee. But eventually no would do baby or they were locked down and I'm boy. The article you read, that is what the Chinese people are saying. Inti yer kade say advantage of a late starter.
Yeah.
Ewa ono odi tu for keke or you have to take advantage in because you have the advantage of seeing 3 big European countries are another abrochirfa. Why you be my young when like my young mobiane de obey. Ewa. Inti for them all the example on your Chinese and quoting. Fanny na yen fun to yen fu.
Okay.
Na yen di save Ghana fu. Because Ghana fu na yen anum yen busua fu yen nananum yen maamenum. Wan sam fa yen ho. Inti enyen NDC fo another group na President Mahama wafan enye mayeria inde yebobwa na dem yerbe why then wabasena kona Ghana fo npo wan ye pi hasisi ya waba but o mayen hwe mo se yebe ya yebe den yebe prevent na education, hand washing, hand sanitizer ye say amemo constituency toilet bi enyi wa most of public toilets ma come on bucket na seminar nsu
Veronica
bucket o Sunday asam oil than offer yen inti mayer kanyen mo
now until there ede won zaman be kona ebi nyi ho like now when you be
there be
public toilets
there be no sink, no running water and no buckets.
And they call this week and last week.
Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Inti mamre kanye day. Yenye obiara nko. Ya ma advice papa na mpa masa.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
By force. Awumpo no nkode friend national consensus. Ni nyina yetna ho because empo yenso yenkunu nipa wom.
Yeah.
Ana amubwa. Inti your advice keke yedremo. Sempa memfa. A personal shana ye Ghana fo na ye mo good advice na advice ye yedremo no yen dwen boni bia we chira. Na ye de hwan yankasa ye Ghana fa. Na afa na nya ya den ya yedwuma magana asemi wa abesen koma May June was abada baba ma ya fa yen tampa ye de from ye move on with our lives.
Na me busa the Honorable Information Minister if Omate Monsemna Mokanana his reaction was what new ena Mokaya like something that's not already been done and mwakainti maybe in your concluding remarks will be to media no edi amaya answer na main kind message can remember Dr. Ayu Efree ho we say Obi why does this team not channel the view through the minority members among the government health team? This is politics. Eric and anyway about Adele Umar Ibrahim says, hi, Obi, ask my NPP colleague whether he is saying that it was not necessary when His Excellency Nana-Addo outdoored his ministers while mentioning their expertise because the institutions existed before His Excellency Nana-Addo. However, even though there are institutions, leadership and skills at all times is required. Per his argument, His Excellency is adding nothing to COVID-19 now because the institutions already existed before him. Let's get serious. We say, what's Dr. Grace Ayensu talking about in your studio? She cannot preach virtue and practice vice. Obi, I'll entreat you, check her Facebook wall and see some of the criticism she labeled against government and tell me if she really means to help fight this pandemic. Look, this afternoon's press conference by the COVID-19 response team of the NDC was a waste of precious time and space. Which new thing did they bring up which government hasn't mentioned? I'm sorry, but the reality is that the NDC's team is doing a disservice to this country. They are rather generating fear and panic. They should give us a break. Honorable Ochema Boaje urges all Bantama residents to stay safe, say Obama. We say, Obi, waste of everyone's time. Where were all these COVID-19 experts when cholera killed over 243 Ghanaians in 2014? You know COVID too well, yet you couldn't face cholera? Like water in a glass jar. You join the NDC and become... Okay. Taking advantage of a global crisis that has resulted in the passing of some Ghanaians cannot help your political fortunes. Indeed, the past is not the present. The alternative is scary. Samuel, Brian, Boabin. Okay, let me see if I have some other messages here. Sampine said, NDC is not recommending lockdown, but lockdown is inevitable. What kind of logic is that? Government is doing all what the NDC is saying, so what else? They simply want to be heard. No suggestions, just criticisms. That's from Sampine. We say, do successful people do at the beginning what failures do at the end? 30 days ago, Spain had only 30 cases. Today, it's 25,000. They are now doing lockdown. Why are we explaining away the lockdown until it gets worse? If we lock down later, it will be useless to lock down after it is worse. Let's learn from the example of the border closure. If it had been done earlier, we would not have come to 50 today. Lock down partially in a contextualized manner and stop explaining it and save Ghana. If you read the Deputy Attorney General's argument in court today, you would understand why they are explaining away the lockdown. We say, okay. Good evening, Obi. I am Eben from Kwabenya Welder Junction. The government has no money for stimulus packages for Ghanaians, but has money for the compilation of a new voters register. That's NPP for you. They only think of elections, but not the well-being of the voter. Future voters, let's advise ourselves and vote wisely when the chance comes. Don Pino in Malam also says, and then I'll come to Dr. Ayew Free. A lockdown now would be premature. Many people would die of hunger in their homes. People should look for the real meaning of the word lockdown. Voluntarily, self-quarantine and social distances will do for now as we continue practicing the best hygienic conditions. God bless him, Kennedy Japan, for his benevolence. 200,000 nose masks, gloves, sanitizers, and protective clothing for all our major hospitals, the police service, immigration, etc. This man is God sent. That's from Don Pino in Malam. Chief Baine says, Obi, Dr. Afriye is not being fair to Dr. Ayensu at all. Why is living abroad now a crime? All the team did was to ask government on their preparedness with respect to frontline workers, isolation centers, hawkers, market women, Okada riders, transport unions, and finally, our financial preparedness to fight COVID-19. Where is the politics? Hashtag stop the spread. Chief Baine. And then he says, remember, we are social democrats, so we speak for the voiceless. Chief Baine, I hear you. And Dr. Ayuefree, where from Chief Baine.
Chief, now, say, oh boy, one of them call for a choice.
Yes.
Cholera, and I think I said,
yeah, I think someone have been about
cholera. I don't free in a car in a company to
fight cholera, Nana.
Any buy a bit here, any tiacao, another dear, Pabro, Pautia, Maza, who shall document you?
Yeah.
Bet me, I'm a wife. Wait, I mean, push him away.
We are confidential.
October 2017.
Yes.
The request for payment of isolation was
for cholera patients. Yeah, 2017.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oh, okay.
And now do your bro, but then you share. I didn't hear the Jajawa near the Sian, so you did a
Chairman at the cook chairman.
Oh yeah, the cook.
Ask Dr. Ayuefree, what has he done for his constituency since the outbreak? Evidence based, please.
Chairman,
at the cook
I make call them weekend.
Yes,
me making sure them me call baby social distance, and I make my church wanna say.
Education.
And hand washing, I don't know here.
Okay.
Because I'm my one. Into your day, I mean, for what I say, our year, into a year, them no here, CCR. And now, we, say, I say, can, and obi dear, a crew for François, a quiet ding.
Yes.
The way a movie, I know. And until yes, we have started Munya, the starting as any sir. Everything has cost implication.
Okay.
Everything. It is not possible. Say be ye be almost train man or ye ding. And now me patrol hospital no be at the one. Who first is here? Me pia one time a call for almost will be and Tommy is surprised and Tom say yeah,
Chicago Hospital.
Yeah. Also almost have you mesrew.
Yeah, find out.
Which now news because there was go many mass. I'm talking to you as of now.
They always say
Oh, now the casa. Okay, when she's talking, I don't talk.
Oye. I'll money.
No. I don't know. Me koka bibia. Now also say we.
I'll
me casa. No, we have. Me can answer. We put on Friday. Miss me can answer.
Don't worry. We'll find out.
Inti that's it. Inti one kasa wo de. Ye wani up na ye kono wo.
Yes.
MPP ye consensus so Nyankopon daroma ekoyi. Ebekoyi so. O ma dwembo ni bia ebeka wo team. Di ebeka edem mpia bo timbo. Any problem. Na Owi, I have a firm feeling say in Crawford na omo dane one edi no. Just politics as usual. Because Ubusa no.
Asempa FM.
When to me, enya semfo for anchor. So what I say, more of like criticize. Now Hana Ekajo say Ghana no. Mwamoti wa crampo cholera outbreak ni ba ya crampo na man crofo mamo tent ni bibia kwa. When to ya see be chamo na me be chawo. Na wo kan ye no. When say nti enya ade a eye betesa. Akoye ze sika bi da hono mu a ebu a intimi fanye ejuma dey we ankasa na unexpected every country. That's what I say. Every country unexpected, great surprise. Until at the end of the day no she say you go through you benya niema no ni ya chiche they are standing orders na ye timi make sure say
Asempa FM
you be ko enim test strips you be risk groups who produce any public health physician unya outbreak who identify risk for no and yet the whole population no David I bet me to you identify the risk people na kit ni krampo company bi here ye bi o de ba so afa na be call FDA into any be who krampo so onance means ho after na FDA for be kan wo bro for 10 at this stamp system so ni use so what you say. Now we are training on my risk group. Now we intensify public education. Now we bump us on my nyebino. You bet me manage you more. Say be immune system. Ebe ye stronger. And I say you be one more to talk. Let us one limited spread, you know. So what you say? No. A do pointer. Abai since last week now, some of the people at war IMC no more consider close borders 2 weeks ago, close borders. Everything has financial implication. Also, so will be there be our borrow. O budget to cry huge deficit. Every increment press, or be a budget. There be you have to borrow to finance it. You want in election year, you want to control your spending. But at the end of the day, you want to give the best to your people. You call for no. You kotumu se siya. You oya hoka wo ekwan won't mean to ade what you feel so near ball chrono because what's my man in cotton ade baby obedampo no sebi okoye lockdown kaya ye okay kaya ye foi asem we na esi mo be kom krom aba nkom krom mba ana say e was ye pe tent bi esi no mo ni na kokodem financial implication enti me nia bi o the text buy no ka chen say Abai in all the scenarios, and they will come in. Tell me what's they come in. So I here. But for now, no, we are very hopeful. Yeah, you're very hopeful. Sir, the rate will be increasing by at a decreasing rate. Yes, and it will not get to the alarmist expectation. Say, but you're so huge. Ebe coming here bi say bi man we do afimu nti me ka de odi na nan obituma ka obia ada yeni yire ana woni ebusuani lockdown titebi da we talking about capability, ability and the situation, the information on the ground. I indicated complex position in the community, then move rapidly. And you see, government will tell you in your face. So at this point, take leadership. Salary, so we are going to save everybody. But you know no more yet. You are not there. And if you say lockdown, or lock it down, also so Oh, bona ya no master ate na wuntua we kesika na wuntua we kesika. Onyanko pem say. So that's here.
Mate, Doc, my nase. I think on this note,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Dr. Grace, finally, them maybe say answer na here call Dr. Ayu free hono. What new proposal is on the table from this committee? Government said there one can be they are not implementing now to them, and then they can go like, okay, this sounds good, or you new let's probably take it on.
As in wash aside. Wash us late.
Okay.
Gotta wash us in term. That's a new idea that they didn't have. Second of all, yema one practical examples on the ground on inyama wabeye. Nowadays save nkrofuna ya nkrofunu Ghana fu. Ewa.
Okay.
But oye middle pa de mu colleague yote nankasa okana asem yana wa contradict no.
Really?
Osi enyiska. Nesika no say sisi asike nyi ho na kit no say kit no ba na kit ne ba oda ko FDA kit na wara sorry ba nda wo say china no into ocheda wala wara nye ready mpo because yes the mpocho ma nka senwe
me ba cho.
Can I finish?
Let him finish.
Can I finish?
No. Oria.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Thank you.
Dr. You.
All they try to do is bully you. Then when they can't bully you, then they get upset. Because ente mamankasa. Hey, oya semo. Asema amrike. Mr. Ihandi yejitum inyama aban oye. Yes, one starts in them. Yaction baby sika wo baka fiska no da aboa. Ghana for one some fire. Inti yepede aban no asam no rekan momon kan kekede warrior brofaka se wonkre. One bra down to the basic level. Young hospitals will need a PPEs. One fambra. Our rears at the by China. If you saw what else down with that, then a man no boko FDA. Maybe will approve into our put a chair and there. I didn't posana onion bay ampa because Obodo Hampa. Another process be our bed and Oboko through. Into cheddar in this week, American for cheddar, I died dying. Ema mechana because yanyame na miso nara na okana asem into wara edada yen ewie so sika nyi ho inti cheda nsama waka ni nyina na esi ne power onyiska na nyamo ne power ba ne ponya no kwar
Ekosiisen On
so which is
Asempa
it enyindi na yemfa sika ni nyi ho enyama no nyembe mana na odoko FD anada enyama no oboba echina na ande we need the things today, the items today. We need to use it today as we speak. As a matter of fact, in koda ende da na yensaka. Ende da yensanka. Ende yensanken. Ese de mana na urban eda ko baby fofu nti wara wo preparedness on the nyabadi. Chede wara nya prepared. Na nyere kasa keke. Enwa, yerba no so yenhu fili mo kodo wo kro fofu bido. You understand? So it's not like we are being alarmist another yan asam fayen inti na yer kacha bande damna nkanye na nkaye beyen ansha sentam yedu bebe yewo but imom no hwe na yede ne emphasis on lockdown in a day no yes most my yestre most China most my yestre was Italy most of Spain South Africa UK wonyina waye eventually no oye inevitable chodoroba oya adorable but nanye de asam enyim doraba de nya nanye de ebesese wo ye ya say ye wadi ye ne say nda asam ne reba no che da asam ne bopoy den onye hu anamboa ehihya wo nyama ye wo friend preparedness emergency preparedness crisis preparedness pandemic preparedness anamboa preparedness ne kire de enyim da asam bi reba na asam no reba no nti esesie won kakra ma asam ne bodrai den na aye prepared aye ready
yes
iso bi kadama wa kan bona achewa na wa achewa hoba it's my american science pocho yen team on politics
that's it
Ghana fu wan sam na ofa yen ho inti na eden ye tu yen ho de ye the man ami nka me ye medjuma wo takrade me ye mo politics with takrade but me ex-president of from them membrane Ghana for once a million, Korean local. But say what happened there?
national ejuma kakra
me crow wa from there iraba adina ekosua won san na ejuma no ana wa adwen na ekosua for brana fe den for boboa ona na yere ye mu bia nyi ulterior motive ye mu bia andwen obi ne ho adwen bon ye mu bia ye try the set obi am so wora ye obi bia ye ya na nyipoko ne be so mara ma ye wi PPs no wa aba
okay.
But S is still on bed, a man no go the FDA. And not the warrant part, I judge to me there. I don't know, and then on bay, or Druganum pa, onion bay. Near years Abacadan professor one sack, so which is it? I can say me bass and some cronacan bassa crow. Into all I contradict 3 times round. Into a cheddar warren you're ready and you're prepared. No, be reborn 9 or Rabamedasi. And our team yet don't want to see. One than the above fat, a bit high, yem fat. Kakana yen no so yebo consider. Yes, so yen ya for Median patriotic duty na yere. Nan bia.
Doc, Mamanda say, I, Dr. Grace, I answer dankwa. Next time, you better not never ye Sikadon como. I, Medase, Papa, Yamisha, wish you all the best. Doctor, you were free, and so you better on so I see Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Kweku Jesse.